Yeah. Is my screen visible? Thank you. So, luckily in our last class, when we have met last class the week before, we have done few aspects of Telangana movement which actually fall into the mobilization phase also, which includes the judgment on Mulki rules, the Jayandra movement, 5-point formula, 6-point formula. And we have also concluded how the 6-point formula has once for and all has done tremendous injustice to the people of Telangana. Remember that? Are you able to recollect that we have done this? Okay. So I was supposed to give questions on the topic. So in the PDFs I have shared, Vinay has shared in the group. I have given the questions for the last chapter of first phase of movement. We'll definitely do that questions. Okay. And we'll try to answer them in our class as we have done for last 4 chapters. We'll do for that chapter also. And the questions are already in your PDFs. So if the time permits, we'll do today or we'll do sometime. Okay. So in the last class, we have seen how the Telangana agitation peaked, and it was a kind of very, very serious movement which has given severe headache to no person less than Prime Minister of India, Ms. Indira Gandhi. She has come to Hyderabad and met people, and there was so much of grievance by the Telangana people about the discrimination being meted out to them in the United State of Andhra Pradesh. Though the leaders were time and again changing their stance, we have seen that from 1969 to 1971, leaders across various parties and various forums were were changing their stance. But the movement was driven by the untiring efforts of the common people, especially the students. They have taken the movement ahead without being compromised on the basic principles of separate state. The various assurances were given by various leaders at state level. Kasu Brahmanand Reddy has said that he will implement Mulki rules. And then Prime Minister has given assurances, but the people were not relenting in their demand. And the fire for the movement was much more powerful when there were judgments on Mulki rules. The High Court of Andhra Pradesh has stayed or considered the Mulki rules as not relevant anymore. This has severely angered people of Telangana, and they have gone to the doors of Supreme Court and got the stay on the High Court order regarding Mulki rules. The Supreme Court has stood with Mulkis and said that the Mulki rules are very much relevant and have to be implemented as per the gentleman's agreement. In this context, we have seen the Jai Andhra movement, which was a kind of reaction to the Mulki's rules being supported by Supreme Court. How Telangana employees of the Srisalem left bank were attacked very severely and injured, and how people in Vijayawada, Guntur and other places were agitating for Jai Andhra. While the movement was called Jai Andhra movement, they were all actually agitating for the concept of Vishal Andhra, because they were afraid that they will not be treated with proper respect in the Hyderabad. So that was one of the major issue. And based on the Jai Andhra movement, when Telangana agitation in Telangana and Jai Andhra movement was going in Jai Andhra, and a lot of violence was going on. And we have also seen how Telangana movement was tried to be suppressed at every point by the united rulers. In this context, we have seen that the Prime Minister has come up with 6-point formula. We have also discussed 6-point formula, but today's class, I am trying to again just revise the 6-point formula, because that is the basis on which the mobilization phase actually started. So we know that 6-point formula. So before starting the 6-point formula and then getting into the chapter, now are you able to link the timeline? Is it clear? I just revised because it's been long gap since we met. So just wanted to revise what we have studied in the last class so that the flow of the lecture will be very clear. Up to 6-point formula, are we clear? Up to 6-point formula, is it clear? Right. So in this context, 6-point formula was announced by the Prime Minister. What was the 6-point formula? Special committees and boards for the development of backward areas. So the backward areas across the state will be given special committees and boards for the development. Local candidates would get preference in the entire state, Central University in Hyderabad. Now what happened is, as I told you last class also, the entire state will be divided into various zones, and those zones will have certain reservation for the local candidates. But apart from reservation, the others will have open competition for those posts in those zones. Only certain government posts will be localized, only certain, and that too especially non-gazetted posts like class 4 or group 4 jobs. There shall be administrative tribunal for complaints on promotion, seniority list, etc. So the seniority list was a very contentious issue between the employees of Andhra and Telangana always. So they have told that there will be administrative tribunal. Amendments to the constitution to implement the above safeguards. And finally, a big blow to the aspirations of Telangana people. Mulki rules and regional committees are not necessary. So what happened is, with 6-point formula, a huge blow was given to the aspirations of Telangana. Surprisingly, the Telangana movement was spread over 2 years with continuous support from across the sections. Though it was termed only as a movement by leaders, etc., but a movement of that volume cannot sustain without the support of common people, especially students. So it could sustain for 2 years only because the common people took the movement into their arms. Unfortunately, Jai Andhra movement was not as severe as separate Telangana agitation. But as always, the central leadership has yielded to the demands of Andhra people and come up with 6-point formula. 6-point formula was a nail in the coffin for the aspirations of separate Telangana. When we are asking for Mulki rules, now 6-point formula says Mulki rules is not relevant. When the TRC has projected so much of injustice done to Telangana over 15-20 years, they have simply made TRC redundant. They have removed it. Telangana Regional Committee, We have seen the role of Telangana Regional Committee in coming up with certain recommendations, certain reports, though it was like a toothless tiger because of the presidential order of 1958, but still it tried its level best to bring out various facts on the surplus income of Telangana, surplus budget of Telangana, about the employees' issues, about implementation of Mulki rules. It kept on fighting, but now all of a sudden in 1971 it is made dysfunctional. So the entire episode of 6-point formula was a very, very big blow to the movement of Telangana, to the people of Telangana. And the problem was such a large scale movement was watered down with very shallow promises. Is it clear? 6-point formula? Okay. So one of the aspects of 6-point formula was just if you see the above, here there is a mention that amendments to the constitution implement the above safeguards. In this context, amendments to the constitution to implement the above safeguards. In this context came the amendment to the article, the famous article of 371. So we already know that 371 A, B, C, D are there, and E, F up to, it's like about various northeastern states having certain special safeguards with regard to their administration as well as the reservations and protection of local culture, etc. In this context, the center has come up with 32nd constitutional amendment to implement Article 371D. They wanted to implement Article 371D. What happened in this Article 371D is special safeguards were given to the state of Andhra Pradesh. Please note, these are safeguards to the state of Andhra Pradesh, not to the region of Telangana. Special safeguards were given to the state of Andhra Pradesh. And what were the so basically this was to streamline and to regularize the implementation of 6-point formula into the constitution. And the primary aim and objective of Article 371D was to give equal opportunities in employment and education to people of various regions in the state. You see the wording? Equal opportunities in employment and education to people of various regions in the state. Here state reflects state of Andhra Pradesh. Various regions in the state means within that state, people will be given equal opportunities. That means there is no mention of equal opportunities or special privileges to the region of Telangana. And similarly, it was mentioned that presidential orders will be released as on when required to segregate the regions into zonal systems, and reservations to certain posts and certain jobs will be done as per the presidential order. Even your recent 95% reservation for locals in Group 1 or government posts of Telangana was a part of presidential order. The new zonal systems are part of the presidential order. I am talking about the present day Telangana. Similarly, in Article 371D, it was mentioned that President will give orders to segregate the region into different zones, and those zones will be having certain reservation criteria. And some offices were exempted from the presidential order. So though presidential order is mentioning about certain criteria for employment, certain zones for employment, certain reservation within that zones for employment, some offices were exempted from this order, especially the secretariat, office of heads of various departments, state level offices, special office or establishments, major development projects. All these are offices which are exempted from the presidential order. Just a minute. So some offices were exempted from the presidential order, like secretariat, office of various heads like chief engineer, head of municipality, something like that. State level offices, that means the offices which are governing the entire state, special office or establishments, major development projects. So again, a clear-cut discrimination against top level posts in the state. You can see all these exempted offices from the presidential order are exclusive offices with top level officers. They are exempted. So that means they are now considered as open category simply, and people will be posted across the state. And then the major change in the presidential order was the local status. Previously, if you see the history of Mulki rules, it was minimum of 15 years to be considered as a Mulki. But now the Mulki rules have been changed to only 4 years to be considered as local. A very, very annoying and a serious situation. And this reduction of local status to 4 years was a big blow to the Telangana people. Basically, if you see the drawbacks of 6-point formula, you can just categorize them as like this. The Telangana Regional Committee or Council, which was playing a very proactive role even during the agitation of Telangana movement, was just like that dissolved. And all the illegal appointments were ratified in the name of new presidential order under Article 371D. The Mulki rules previously which were there, that a person should be a resident of Telangana region for at least 15 years, now they are made 4 years. And if you remember, the open quota was simply converted into non-local quota. That means the jobs reserved for Telangana, apart from that, the quota was open for all. But that open for all quota was now made into non-local quota. So by default, the Andhra people will come and now settle down in Telangana because of non-local quota. At some points, what it was done is to make the jobs to be reserved for Andhras. The local jobs are reserved for local people, like district jobs, mandal jobs are all reserved for the local people. But intentionally what it was done, these jobs were converted into zonal system. The moment it becomes zonal system, few jobs will open up for outsiders, because in zonal system there is only certain reservation for locals. The remaining jobs are open to non-locals. So a job which was supposed to be completely 100% local is converted to zonal and then made 50% non-local. So that means the job is being now intentionally being brought at zonal level to fill people from other zones. It was done to an extent so much so that even non-gazetted posts were converted into zonal gazetted posts. And to fill these jobs now which are becoming zonal posts and having reservations for non-locals, huge number of Andhra employees were brought into Telangana and filled into these gazetted posts, which are now converted into non-local zonal posts. As part of the presidential order, the entire Andhra Pradesh was divided into 6 zones. Till 2014, you must be remembering, I don't know if you all know it or not, Andhra Pradesh was still the 6th zone. Andhra Pradesh always had the 6th zone. Of course, Hyderabad was made the 7th zone that we'll discuss. Always it had the 6 zones plus Hyderabad, and the zonal reservation was included into this particular government jobs and all. But some were multi-zonals, like, even in the Telangana Group 1 notification now, there are 2 multi-zones, zone 1 and zone 2. Within that zone 1, anyone can get a job or posting anywhere. So similarly, some posts were multi-zonals. The moment it becomes multi-zonal, people from Andhra can come and compete in Telangana and take away the jobs. And see, in that 6 zones, as per Article 371D, Zone 5 and Zone 6 pertain to Telangana, and remaining the 4th zone pertains to Rayalaseema, 1, 2, 3 zone pertains to the Andhra region. But what happened is, even in the Zone 5 and Zone 6, lot of Andhra people came and got the jobs in Telangana. But intelligently what happened is, only Andhras were allowed to have jobs in zones 1, 2, 3. But for 5 and 6, lot of Andhras were coming and gathering or bagging the posts of Telangana people. And in a dubious context, what happened is, Hyderabad was made a free zone. Hyderabad is an integral part of Telangana, but it became free zone and they declared it as a 7th zone. And the moment it became a free zone, there are no more zonal reservations for Hyderabad. Hyderabad is the capital. The moment Andhra people, Rayalaseema people, everyone is now able to compete for that 7th zone, which is open for all. Actually, as per the presidential order, Hyderabad was supposed to be part of the 6th zone, but in being called as a capital, it was made open to all. And now the 7th zone, Hyderabad, is free zone and anyone can compete there without any zonal reservations. And if you see, appointment of tribunals and courts is one of the promise given by the 6-point formula. And because of these recruitments, even in the tribunals and the courts, the judges and the administrators are from Andhra region. And when Telangana people have gone to file their grievances against these kind of discrimination, the cases were indefinitely either postponed or not at all encouraged. This was a big blow to the aspirations of Telangana people. This was a big blow to the aspirations of Telangana people. So there was a committee which was appointed by under the chairmanship of a person called Jaya Bharat Reddy. He was an IAS officer. So a committee was appointed to look into the grievances of the Telangana people with regard to the presidential order and violation of the presidential order. Though the presidential order was giving 6 zones and each and every zone had its own reservation system, it was further deviated by creating the 7th zone called Hyderabad, which was a free zone, and Telangana people were now legitimately concerned about their future and fate. In that context, this IAS officer has submitted the report. When NTR became Chief Minister in 1981, he again appointed Sundaresan Committee to look into the recommendations of Jayabharat Reddy Committee and give a final report. This committee given a final report based on the recommendations of Sundaresan Committee. The NTR government in 1980s brought the very famous GO 610, very, very important, GO 610. So from 1971 onwards, there was a lot of discrimination with regard to the presidential orders, implementation of 6-point formula. First of all, 6-point formula itself is a very, very dubious way of diluting powers to Telangana. And within that 6-point formula, the presidential order was issued. And when Article 371D, in line with Article 371D, when presidential order was issued, even that order was being time and again deviated with regard to the zonal systems by appointing non-locals in Zone 5 and Zone 6 and making Hyderabad as a free zone. Based on all this context, people of Telangana became very unhappy, and to satisfy them, there was a committee appointed by a chairman called Jayabharat Reddy, and the committee has given certain recommendations which were reviewed by another committee called Sundaresan Committee and submitted a final report. Based on these two committees' report and recommendations, GO 610 was announced by the entire government. Up to here, is it clear? So, just see the GO 610. This is the GO 610 and the gist of GO 610. It was issued in 1985. It was issued on 30th December 1985 and it was supposed to be implemented by 31st March 1986. It was issued on 30th December 1985 with a deadline of implementation by 31st March 1986. So what is this GO 610 all about? All non-local employees appointed in non-gazetted cadres should be transferred back to their own zones. All non-local employees who were appointed in non-local zones, that means if you are belonging to zone 3 and you are now working in zone 5 or 6, you will be repatriated to your zone immediately. All the regions, Andhra, Rayalaseema and Telangana, should be having equal justice with regard to the zonal system. The appeals and grievances given by Telangana people with regard to the discrimination in zone 5 and zone 6 and the creation of zone 7, that is free Hyderabad zone, should be solved and brought to logical conclusion. Some non-locals of zone 1, 2, 3, 4 have produced fake certificates and obtained jobs in zone 5 and 6 because of mulki rules or whatever. Such fake certificates should be identified and the people should be punished. This was the gist of GO 610. So another a very high level English to satisfy the Telangana people. Again, as usual, this GO was issued with lot of pomp by the entire government. This was never implemented in letter and spirit. while there was some disturbance with regard to zone 4 and 3, that some people of zone 4 were appointed in zone 3. Immediately that was resolved within a matter of months. But the GO 610, which was beautifully drafted, was never implemented by NTR government and subsequent governments. This GO 610 of 1985 was now again a cause of agitation, because Telangana people saw a hope in GO 610, but when it was announced and not implemented, they again understood the true colors of Andhra rulers, and this became a point of debate for the second phase of movement to mobilize people, including the famous leaders like KCR. If you look at their speeches from 2009 to 14, have mentioned GO 610 many number of times, because that is one of the most recent GO announced in the United States of Andhra Pradesh, but still not implemented. So today there is no point. For example, even say if we are in the United States today, you cannot talk about 1953 Vellodi government or 1956 Gentleman's Agreement. So the state has come a long way, and most recent announcement which irked the people of Telangana is the GO 610, because it was announced but never implemented. In that context, the particular second phase of movement started. Is it clear? Others, is it clear? Just do this question and then we'll go to the second chapter. We'll try to complete the second chapter today, so that we'll be left over only with 2 or 3 chapters. Yeah. Just take 5 minutes time and answer this question. Yeah, please come back with the answer. Yes. Discuss the events leading to Geo 610. What were its important features? Was it implemented? Simple question. Please answer it. Yes, please. Kaushik. Okay. Geo 610 has evolved mainly due to the drawbacks of 6-point formula like dissolving TRC, relaxing work rules, illegal appointments, etc. Features of Geo 610. So you can conclude, Kaushik, by saying while Geo 610 has promised so much to bring back the aspirations and hopes of Telangana people, in reality, it was never implemented. And again, was a big disappointing issue for Telangana people. And it was the driving force for the second phase of Telangana movement. Is it clear? Everyone? So Kaushik has made relevant points in his answer. Good. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? No response. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, I'm audible. Are you guys writing the answer or what? So we are entering the second chapter of the phase 2 movement of Telangana, okay, which slightly talks about the social background of Telangana movement and slightly deviates from the movement of Telangana. Okay, the chapter says rise and spread of Naxal movements and other movements like Peasant movement and tribal movement, etc. Okay, basically it is rise and spread of Naxal movement, Peasant movements, and tribal movements. So the if you see the textbooks, I have seen the textbooks, including the Telugu Academy textbook and the another book. Okay, but so much of data is given in the textbooks. Okay, what we will try to do is we'll try to understand the gist. Okay, and I've seen Dr. Vivek is already giving very in detailed notes about some aspects like the intelligentsia of Telangana and all. So I'll see his notes also. And if there are any gaps, like if he has missed any important personalities from 1950s to 2014, I'll try to bring out in the last, I'll give one PDF document with those personalities, either borrowing it from Google or Wikipedia, so that the intelligentsia of Telangana will be at one place. Okay. So what I am expecting for this particular paper is the questions will not be that fact based. It will be about what we are discussing in our module. I am hoping that it will be based on that timeline and that analysis only. So that's why I'm trying to focus on analysis part of this chapters time and again, like how the logical flow from 6-point formula to Geo 610 to second phase of mobilization, and before 6-point formula, Jai Andhra movement, 5-point movement, and 5-point formula, and then Telangana agitation, before Telangana agitation, employment issues, the non-cooperation with regard to the power projects in Telangana, especially the Pochampadu project, and then employee issues, and also before that we have the issues of TRC not being empowered, and before TRC not being empowered, the presidential order which has not empowered the TRC. Before presidential order, we have the gentleman's agreement, which was a sudden U-turn from the demand of state of Telangana or the state of Hyderabad. Before that, we have the state of Hyderabad functioning as an independent unit, especially under the army commander Chaudhary and J.N. Chaudhary, and then under the M.K. Vellodi government, and then the 1953 Idli Sambar movement. So if we go back also, and if we go front also, our timeline should be very clear. When the timeline is very clear, you can easily link the dots, and for any question asked in the examination, you can answer in a very proper way. So facts and figures are something which are just an add-on. Unless you don't understand what happened in the context of history, by knowing how much TMC Pochampadu is giving, it is not going to serve you anything in this exam. Okay, so I'll definitely give certain intellectuals which are missed, because intellectuals of Telangana itself is one of the topics in the phase 3. And Dr. Vivek is giving the notes. I've seen the notes also. I'm following his notes. So he's making very descriptive notes. So wherever I feel that some aspects of our discussion are not covered by certain scholars, or they are not present in his notes, at the end I'll give one PDF which are covering whoever we are talking about now. Like we talked about uh, Ramadasu. So all these people, if there are any notes on them, either in Google or Wikipedia or somewhere, I'll definitely try to bring them and give it to you in a one PDF at the end of our uh, module, so that it will be, apart from the notes, you will be having a PDF where you can borrow. And if there are any Wikipedia links, I'll directly share the links. So no, at least myself and Vivek, we never believe in hiding the sources, hiding the content. You can see that, we are always sharing the notes in the platform itself. We know very well that these notes may go out in the market and all, but we are okay with it. And similarly, for whatever sources we have, if we are borrowing it from the Wikipedia, we will mention the Wikipedia link. No problem. Instead saying that these are my notes and all. So these slides are prepared by me. I own them up. So for some content in Wikipedia, just by copying and pasting it and saying these are my notes, we are not such kind of people. If there are Wikipedia links, we'll directly share the Wikipedia links, so that by simply clicking that, you can easily revise what you have read and then connect with that people who are there. And if at all, if some topics are not covered in your textbooks also, we'll try to give some sources for that where you can go and refer. Is it clear? Okay. Everyone is okay with this approach? Fine. Okay. On that note, let's start the second chapter of the phase 2, which is rise and spread of Naxalite movement and other movements also. Okay. I have not written the entire chapter name because it gets crammed up. The chapter says Naxalite movement, Peasant movement, and tribal movements. So basically, you need not remember all the names who are involved in Naxalite movement, tribal movement, and Peasant movement. So the textbooks are dumping a lot of information. Whichever are the important names, at the end, as I said just now, I'll give the Wikipedia links about their biographies or something like that. Don't worry. Okay. But for now, as we always do, understand the flow of the subject first. When the subject's flow is clear, people and their names and their autobiographies can always be by hearted or learned, not a problem. Now coming to the movement, basically we all know that the Naxalite movement is a revolutionary movement in Telangana. Though it did not initiate in Telangana, the movement was definitely active in Telangana, because as we see, again here you have to know the history, and Telangana state was always having significant representation from the communist parties. Yes, in that note only, Telangana is having huge influence of Naxal movement. Okay, so the communists were always active in the state of Hyderabad also. Even during the Razakar movement, there are a lot of communists. So the Naxal movement comes from the background of communism. Hence, the Naxal movement was also active in the state of Telangana. Okay. So it basically a revolutionary movement in Telangana. The basis of Naxal movement is the issue of Naxal Bari in the present day West Bengal, where group of leaders under the banner of communists met there, and they had their own discussions and meetings happening. So in that, one group felt India is now a nation moving towards democracy, and the violent means like what Mao Zedong was doing in China, in the Red Army, was no more relevant to India, because India is now progressing on the peace path with independence already achieved. No point in going for violent methods. So we'll withdraw from the violent way of struggle and we will go for a democratic way of struggle. So that was one thought, one line of thought for communists. Other communists said, no, 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 nothing doing. The India is still being dominated by a certain class of people. Unless the domination decreases, we are not going to give up for this noble cause of empowering the people, because they are having socialist thought. So there are differences in the CPM, the Communist Party of India. They broke and then they formed different wings. In that different wing, the revolutionary wing was formed, and they were trying to project themselves as similar to Red Army of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong was the president of China. We all know that. He was having that Red Army. In 1949, he has taken up this revolution in China to bring this communist movement. Similarly, it was tried in Telangana, in fact, India, and the impact was felt in Telangana. So the main aim and objective of this movement was to liberate India through armed struggle from the grip of bourgeoisie. Means the middle class and the people like bureaucrats. They wanted to liberate India from the clutches of bureaucrats and the middle class and empower the common people of the lower strata of society. For that, they believed in the armed struggle like the Mao Zedong Red Army. And some of the key people, in fact, this key person who formed the CPM was Charu Mazumdar. He was a Bengali. So under him, the Naxalbari movement happened. And then he formed the revolutionary arm of the CPM. And he was Charu Mazumdar. And when it comes to the other people who are associated with this movement, some important people are Vempatapu Satyam, Adipatla Kailasam, etc. And in Telangana level, the person who was involved with the formation of revolutionary wing of the CPM Telangana was Devulapalli Venkateshwar Rao, who was a famous communist leader and ex-MP in the state of Telangana. So he brought this revolutionary movement or communist movement to the Telangana. Basically, the background is not the formation of Telangana or the gentleman's agreement of that sort. The background of this movement is the Telangana social system as such. The social system, if you remember, when we spoke about the chapter 1 of this particular module, we were discussing about how this Telangana is being dominated by Patwaris and Patels by having huge chunks of land and practicing the system of vetti, which is a vetti chakri, means having the bonded slavery or bonded labor. And the tribals of Telangana were being discriminated by the British, who were then trying to get the traces of Andhra and Telangana region and subjugating them for their own gains. So all these practices were not liked, and unfortunately, even after the formation of Andhra Pradesh state, these practices of bonded labor, vetti system, and the discrimination against the tribals or the Girijans was being followed in the United States. Hence, the CPM decided to take the armed struggle route to address these issues of people. In that process, they have designed certain programs. The programs were like the forests which are adjoining the tribal land, they have to be cleared, and the lands have to be assigned to the tribes. Okay. And then the tribes can take the vacant land. This will try to improve their daily wages, because apart from the forest produce, now they are cultivating their vacant lands which are adjoining the forests. And they believe that the tribes have the right for free utilization of resources. And they brought to the limelight the idea of People's War Group. That means, what is People's War? They felt that the armed struggle should be coming from the peoples. And they spread this ideology in the tribals. And they felt that the forests are not the property of government, but the property of tribes. And the forest officers who have come to take control of these forests were turned away or driven out by these Naxals. And they also made a plan to attack the Patels and Patwaris who were practicing the system of Vetti in the Telangana or in the Andhra Pradesh, whatever it is. So in this process, their movement started becoming very violent. So they started attacking officials, killing people, killing the Patwaris, attacking with crude bombs and all. So problem was a big law and order issue. So over a period of time, many leaders who started this movement were arrested, they were jailed, they were sentenced to 5-6 years, and then they came back and again joined the movement. So the cycle was being repeated and the movement was being continued, especially the Naxalite movement in the region of Telangana. And this communist movement, that is the Naxalite movement, also inspired the students who went on to form the student wings of communists. If you know the PDSU, or even today if you call it the Student Federation of India, SFI, these are all communist wings of the students. And one such famous leader who was inspired by the communist ideology was one of the OU student named George Reddy. He was very active in spreading this communist movement, and he was stabbed to death by some unknown goons, and he succumbed to the death, succumbed to those injuries. And it was known to be a political murder because he was becoming very famous among his peer group for his ideology and thoughts which he was trying to inspire into everyone. And over a period of time, the communist movement of Telangana spread to various students, and the students carried the communist ideology in many campuses of OU, Warangal, and other places. So in short, the communist movement, which started from the roots which of the Naxalbari movement, spread into Telangana because the issues, the social issues of Telangana were very much relevant even after the United States has formed. And in that context, leaders have taken up the movement and brought it to Telangana. From there, it spread to the students, and the students continued in the form of unionization and gained visibility, and they were also equally radical in expressing their thoughts. Is it clear? The Naxal movement in Telangana, what is the context and what is the basis? So coming to the next movement, which is Peasant movement, the famous episode of Peasant movement was the Sirisilla Jatidyal struggle. Sirisilla Jatidyal is in the United Karimnagar district. Okay, of course, now these two have become separate districts, but then the Sirisilla Jatidyal struggle is about the peasant struggle of Telangana. So what happened is, in Telangana, there was this domination of Patels and Patwaris, and they had hundreds of acres under their control. And they were called as Doras. Dora means some like landlord, and whatever they did was considered to be legitimate. They did so many crimes, they have abused many women, but then all those were masked because they were Doras. And any action by them cannot be questioned in any forum at the village level. Over a period of time, their inhuman practices or their superiority started being questioned. And people were enslaved over generations by, in the name of Vetti Chakiri and compounding the interest, and they were supposed to serve only the Dora and his family, and there was some continuous generation after generation, there were people who were serving only Dora family without going out and learning any new skills. Like a barber in Dora family For 10 generations, he will be a barber. His son will be barber. A maid, their children will be maids. So they have to serve only Dora family. Over a period of time, as the awareness grew about the inhuman practices and the malified intentions of these Doras, people started revolting against the Vetti system and other practices by Doras. The first step to opposing these Doras were stopping services to these landlords. As I said, if they're having barber services or maid services, now they stopped those services because they understood the actual intention of Dora, and then they stopped these services. And when it came to know, and it started near Sirisila and Jatijala area, when other districts and other parts of the state came to know about how the people were reacting to Doras, the entire movement spread like a wildfire across the state, and now everyone was opposing the superiority or the upmanship of Dora. And if you know, in those days, the punishments were given by Doras instead of village panchayat. So the head of the Dora family, whoever he is, he used to deliver judgments, and those judgments are binding, not like the panchayat. So one popular judgment given by Doras were social boycott of that particular family if the crime was a bit serious. Now what people did is, people have boycotted the Dora family by not giving services, saying that Dora doesn't deserve our services and hence will socially boycott. So it's a reverse way of boycotting the head of the head called Dora, and it's a way of punishing his oppressive practices. All these things have led to the anti-feudal movements in Telangana, which took the epicenter as Jatityal, and it went on from Jatityal to Karimnagar, Huzurabad, other places, and spread across the state, especially the anti-feudal, because the Dora is a feudal movement. It's a feudal ideology, feudal mentality. Just a second. This Dora is a feudal mentality. So to capture that feudal mentality, when the people revolted against this Dora, everyone now supported this movement, and it became a huge success across the Telangana region. And to support this revolution, the peasants are called Jitagaldu. They started their own struggles because they wanted certain rights in the fields that they are cultivating. Doras had the backing of police people. So in some places, these Doras have resorted to very bad ways of suppressing this movement by using the police. But the entire thing was now gaining prominence, supported by students and people who were educated. So the excesses of Doras and polices were being checked by these progressive society writers and other people by highlighting them in the newspapers. And in this context, the peasants who are trying to have their own say on the lands cultivated by them came and formed Raitu Kuli Sangam. So the peasants are called Raitu Kulis because they are Jitagaldu. They do not have the land. They are actually working in the fields for daily wages. They are called Raitu Kuli Sangam. This Raitu Kuli Sangam on 7 September 1978 has taken a very big yatra, Jakityal Jeti Yatra, and this yatra was so successful and brought people and peasants across the state to actually speak about the issues of peasants for the first time in the history of Telangana. And there are a lot of resolutions against Doras, their inhuman practices, and the rights of peasants at this meeting, and the resolutions were passed. Inspired by this, the Singareni labors, the Singareni Karmikula Samakya was formed for the coal mine workers to address their issues. They fought for their rights. like how to have proper wage revision, proper working ambience, safety for the workers inside the coal mines. All these issues were discussed, and for the first time in the history of Telangana and the history of Singareni, 56 days of strike was conducted by these workers, Singareni Karmikula Samakya, for discussing various issues of indiscriminate termination, dismissal, etc. And they fought for their rights and won the rights, and that became a very big success story in the history of the oppressed class gaining certain prominence in Telangana. So is the peasant rebellion clear? Peasant and the Karmikula Samakya. Okay. Now coming to the tribal rebellions. So we have done the Naxal movement, we have seen the peasants movement and how the peasants movement has inspired the Singareni workers to form their own union and fight for strike and all. And then the final is the tribal movement. So we all know that Telangana has a lot of tribal population. Okay. The interference into tribal life started from the time of British. We all know that. How British captured the tribal lands, made them scapegoats in their own lands, and over a period of time, annoyed by the tribal revolts. So the first tribal revolt in the southern India, at the north, in the eastern India, we all know a famous what is called that one? Santhal rebellion. We all know the famous Santhal rebellion of 1856. Okay. There the Santhal rebellion was already prominent. So the first jolt for British in South was the Rampar rebellion in 1879 under the Alluri Sitaram Raju. Here the British were jolted by this Alluri Sitaram Raju movement, and now over a period of time what they have done is they have isolated all the tribal areas from the mainstream society and exclusively kept these tribal areas under their control so that they can extract whatever natural resources it has and take the maximum benefit out of these areas. And they call these tribal areas as protected agency areas. These tribal areas were called protected agency areas under direct control of British with no outsider influence. In this context, Telangana region tribal area rules were formed in 1949. So since the Telangana tribals were already under the clutches of British, when the India got independence, certain rules were given and certain powers were given to the tribal areas, like forming the Girijan Panchayat, having tribal association for social welfare, and other provisions to abolish non-tribal lands in tribal areas. So basically 1949 gave certain empowerment to tribals, saying that you can form your own panchayat, discuss your social issues, discuss the social welfare, and in case the non-tribals are having lands in the tribal areas, those non-tribal lands will be relocated or removed and handed over to tribals. This was the first promise given to the tribals. And similarly, there are many scheduled areas within the Telangana region. And 1 out of 70 Act, it's called 1 out of 70 Act, it made acquiring of tribal lands more stringent. That means if you are a non-tribal and if you want to go and acquire a tribal land, you cannot do it unless you are permitted to do so. So the entire acquiring of tribal land became more stringent with the passage of 1 out of 70 Act. But what happened is, though the fifth schedule came up and the Telangana people were, in Telangana there were many tribes and many scheduled areas or the agency areas, certain villages were intentionally removed from the fifth schedule areas or the protected areas, and the tribals in those areas lost their lands to non-tribals. tribals in those areas lost lands to non-tribals. So then the tribals came up with the concept or with the slogan of Jal, Jungle and Zameen. They thought they are the natural heirs or the natural successors to the water, jungle and the land, which is naturally available because they believe in natural culture. And the Jatijala Sirsilla movement for peasants actually inspired the tribes, and they also took up the movement for the rights of tribes. And Komaram Bhim, like many other tribal people from the Gond tribes, he was one of the forefront runner who was championing for the tribal rights. And their main aim and objective was to fight for the forest lands. They thought forest lands belong to tribes and they have legitimate share and they are legitimate successors of the forest lands. And they formed Girijana Sangam, like Raitukuli Sangam and the Singareni Karmikula Sangam. They, inspired by these Sangams, they formed their own Girijana Sangam. And they started mobilizing the tribals to fight for their rights. The tribals were continuously attacked and the police excesses and other forest officials were doing a lot of excesses on the tribals, but they continued their unrelenting fight and they attacked the forest officials, they attacked the revenue officials and also the police officials for their autocratic methods. And when the situation was sometimes not controlled or uncontrollable by them, they went and joined the Naxal movement and thus bringing up the connection between the tribal movement and the Naxal movement also. The issue with regard to Telangana is the peasant struggle, the Raitukuli Sangam, the Karmikula Sangam or the Girijana Sangam, these subsided over a period of time because as the Telangana region progressed, this and when people were sufficiently happy, these movements subsided. But the Naxal movement, which was ideology based movement, which wanted to displace the bureaucrats or the middle class from the society, was still continuing, and even today it continues to be there in the state of Telangana. The ideology, their cause or their intentions might be good or that might be supported, but what is condemned across the society, including the state, is the violent ways they use to show the way of opposing the government. The violent ways being used by Naxals are something which are criticized by the governments of the day. In democracy, the other day, Mr. Doval was making one statement. In democracy, there is right for protest, but there is no right for vandalism. You cannot go and damage the public property. So in that context, the Naxal movement still continues to be there as one of the violent methods in the Telangana, while other movements which definitely had profound impact in the history of Telangana have slowly but surely subsided. That is about your second chapter. You just take this question and you can give an answer in the next class. What are the various social movements in Telangana and what is the impact created by them? Very easy. You can write about the Naxal movement, peasant movement, Singareni Karmikula Samakya, Girijan Sangam. So 4 movements and impact. You can write the conclusion we have just written. These are also important in the context of the social fabric of Telangana. These are not directly related to Telangana movement and struggle, but they are like, in the national struggle also, when we learn about the national movement of India, we are talking about the tribal movements, right? Because these are also having their own importance in the larger framework of the movement. Is it clear? Everyone, is it okay? The first two chapters of phase 2. So just take the final question and then you can just have your own answer. Fine. Is it okay, everyone? Okay. So on that note, we'll take leave and we are left with only 2 or 3 more chapters that will complete, as I said, before this month end, and then we'll wrap up the module. Okay. So just keep revising and start focusing on the Telangana prelims. I understand today prelims results have been out. So some of you must have cleared it, some of you must have not cleared it. Okay, don't it's very natural. It will be disturbing for 1 or 2 days. That not going through prelims is a very big setback because you have to repeat the entire exercise for 1 year. It's okay. This exam demands a lot of patience, UPSC as well as any groups. So one good advantage for Telangana people now is that you immediately have your next goal of October 16th. Okay, go full-fledged for October 16th, and the number of people going to clear prelims are also is high. So close to 25,000 people are going to clear prelims. Good advantage there, and start doing it very rigorously and start revising the entire syllabus which is given for the group 1 exam. Okay. On the note, we'll again meet in the next class as on when announced. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible. Kaushik and Rathod. Yeah, fine. So we have completed almost 90% of the syllabus. Only 3 chapters are left over. We'll be doing 2 chapters today. It will be more than a 1 hour session. So we'll complete 2 chapters today, and tomorrow we'll do the final chapter. From there, the first 2 phases of Telangana movement will be done. After that, around 50% of syllabus is done by Vivek sir for the 3rd phase of Telangana movement, and he'll be completing the rest in maybe 3-4 days. Once he starts, maybe around Saturday, Sunday, he'll take it up and close it off. Okay, so and so my part of handling the Telangana movement will be completed hopefully by tomorrow. And I have been receiving a lot of messages in personal window for a revision kind of module for Telangana history and culture. So we are open to that if we have good response, like the response we had for Telangana movement. So I'll ask the institute to take up some kind of opinion poll or something, so that if there are reasonable number of people who are okay with that module, then we can do that. So if someone is interested, they can let me know so that we can take up that module as soon as possible. So something of this sort. So it can be much faster way of revising the entire Telangana culture and history, and then we can do that. Okay, so that is, yeah, Kaushik I'll ask the institute coordinator to float for responses so that if there are at least 15-20 people who are interested, we can definitely do that module. Right, coming back to this particular session. So in the last session we have seen, the second phase of Telangana movement, okay, where the regional parties have now come into prominence, which started with the 610 GO issued by the NTR government. And then then we have seen the 5-point, first we have seen the 5-point formula, then Jai Andhra movement, 6-point formula, which is also, which was given by the central government, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and how 6-point formula was a very big setback to Telangana aspirations because it abolished the Telangana Regional Committee. Okay, and it has also ensured that the Mulki rules are once for all diluted. So two important aspects of 6-point movement, 6-point formula. And then as an eyewash, how NTR government gave the 610 GO, but it was never implemented in letter and spirit. It was only confined to the papers. So how 610 GO became a basis for future Telangana movements, because they felt that time and again various Andhra rulers or the chief ministers are coming to power and trying to give some kind of fake assurances to Telangana people, but not implementing them in letter and spirit. And then we have gone on to see the Naxalite movement, the Kuli Sangam movement, right to Kuli Sangam, and then how it has led to inspiring struggles by the Singareni workers. And all these we have seen in the backdrop of social fabric of Telangana. So that is what we have done in the first 2 chapters. Is it clear? Anything else which we have covered but not discussed in the last 5 minutes? We have quickly revised what we have covered in last 2 classes. So coming to this class, so it's again, the second part, especially because the first part is elaborate and the third part is very elaborate, but the second part is more about the reawakening of Telangana movement. So it's like a bridge. So the 1969 movement is the end of first part. So the 2004 movement or the 2000 movement is the starting of the third part of the Telangana movement. So this 1971 to 2000, this 2.5 decades time is all about how the Telangana identity was continuously suppressed and how the reawakening of the Telangana idea happened. And hence it is less in portion, at the same time becomes important. Okay, because from 1971 to 2001, that is formation of TRS party, for 3 decades, the impact of Andhra rule, especially the TDP government, was so prominent that the Telangana identity was suppressed in the larger context of Telugu Jati. Okay, so that is what we'll look into today. Okay, and these chapters are small and very easy to remember. And any questions coming on these particular chapters should not be missed, because they are very straightforward in nature. And hardly will get 2 or 3 questions if I'm right. If this, the pattern should be like this, because the recent phase of Telangana movement is important and the first initial phase of Telangana movement is important. So coming to this particular chapter, rise of regional parties in 1980s, Telugu Jati and suppression of Telangana identity. So we have seen that the rise of regional parties, especially the Telugu Desam party in 1980s, under the leadership of Nandamuri Tarak Ramarao, popularly called as NTR, who was a film actor. So he came up with the idea of Telugu Jati. Okay, so before that, what happened is the Andhra rulers wanted to suppress, because of 1971 movement for Telangana, they were really shocked and surprised at the unity and the impact of the movement. So they want to propagate the feeling of brotherhood. In that context, J. Vengal Rao, who was a very submissive and a very close associate of Kasu Brahmanand Reddy, after we have seen that presidential rule was implemented and P.V. Narasimha Rao was asked to resign. Once P.V. Narasimha Rao was asked to resign, presidential rule was implemented in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And when after the lifting of president rule, Jalagam Vengal Rao, who was an Andhra leader, he was made the chief minister in 1973. Now what happened is they understood the context in which this particular Telangana movement is becoming prominent. So they wanted to suppress this identity and by propagating the larger feeling of Telugu culture. So they started to organize this Telugu Mahasabhas. So what is Telugu Mahasabha? Where many poets, many intellectuals, many scholars of Telugu come to a particular platform and exhibit their talent and also speak about the importance of Telugu and all. Even today this happens, Telugu Mahasabhalu. And the problem was the Telugu which they were propagating was not the Telangana Telugu, but the Telugu of some important districts of Andhra Pradesh. Because we all know that Telangana Telugu and Andhra Telugu do not match. Basically, Telangana Telugu has a different dialect. There is a lot of Urdu words in our Telugu which we use. While in Andhra, the Telugu is slightly Sanskritized. Okay, the Sanskrit impact is more on Andhra Telugu. But in our Telangana Telugu, it is more of Urdu Telugu. Okay, even in our colloquial Telangana language, there are so many Urdu words. Okay, so one popular word which we use when we are happy and we want to celebrate, we say that Dawat. So Dawat is something which is normally used across Telangana for party. So but Dawat is an Urdu word. So we use Dawat as a normal word. So but Dawat is not part of Andhra Telugu. So like that, there are so many differences if we take Telangana Telugu and Andhra Telugu. But these people in the name of Telugu Mahasabhas and the Telugu culture were promoting the Andhra Telugu. In this context, the Vengal Rao government has installed this famous Telugu Talli statue, which is now presently even that secretariat, near secretariat it is there. The flyover also, it is called Telugu Talli flyover, which goes from the just from Tank Bund to the lower Tank Bund. I don't know how many of you belong to Hyderabad. If you belong to Hyderabad and if you have visited Hyderabad, I'm sure you must have visited Hyderabad. So the Telugu Talli flyover connects Tank Bund to lower Tank Bund. And from lower Tank Bund only we go to the Ashok Nagar. So in that context, they have written this Ma Telugu Talli Ki Mallepu Danda song. Of course, now today after formation of Telangana, we have our own Telangana Talli. with Batkama and other objects in her hand. So today we have Telangana Talli as a different identity. But at that time, Telugu Talli statue was installed, and Ma Telugu Talli ki Mallapu Danda, a famous song, was penned during that particular Telugu Mahasabha. And Telugu Velugu museums were created and established at public gardens, Nampalli. Okay. So where various artifacts and other aspects of Telugu culture, scholarly articles of Telugu culture were showcased. So what happened is all this Telugu culture, the Telugu songs or Telugu scholarly items which they are publishing are predominantly in Andhra Telugu. The problem is the Telangana Telugu was not understood by Andhras, and the Andhra Telugu was not understood by Telanganas, because Telangana Telugu was more often than not in Urdu jargon, Urdu impacted. So that was the confusion, and there also Telangana people felt that their culture is being suppressed at the cost of the so-called Telugu Jati culture. And these Andhra rulers have now made extensive land grants in and around Hyderabad. Lot of industrial corridors came up in and around Hyderabad. The movie industry, which was 99% controlled by Andhras, even today. So that particular movie corridors or movie industry was brought to areas like Jubilee Hills, Banjara Hills, the film city. Okay, and a lot of freebies and liberal grants of Hyderabad were granted to Andhras at very cheap cost. So, like for establishment of Annapurna Studios, Ramakrishna Studios, Ramanayadu Studios, all these important prominent film industry studios were given to these people at throwaway prices. Today, those assets are in hundreds of crores because of development of Hyderabad, but they were given at very throwaway prices during these 1970s. And when Chenna Reddy became CM, who was a hardcore Telangana champion in 1978, and he was properly thinking about empowering Telangana and making Telangana a very big destination or a kind of regional power, all efforts were made by Andhra newspapers, Andhra leaders, and other places, and they including lobbying at Delhi, and they finally destabilized Chenna Reddy's period and his leadership, and the regime of Chenna Reddy came to an end. So when the Telangana leader became the Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, they could not tolerate that, because we all know that right from 1971, Chenna Reddy was very, very vocal about the rights of Telangana people. But that was also not tolerated. And all efforts were made to destabilize his regime, and he was finally dethroned. In this context, in the 1980s, the first half of 1980s, a prominent leader who came from the movie background called NTR formed TDP, and the slogan of TDP was Telugu Jati. If you see, even in YouTube, there are a lot of videos of NTR addressing the common public. Firstly, if you see the speeches, they are very dramatic. Did anyone of you see those speeches of NTR sometime in the YouTube? Very, very dramatic. Okay, he calls for about how Telugu Jati, Telugu Tammullu, he'll be very dramatic in his presentation, and then he'll like try to bring out the unity of Telugu identity in his presentation. Okay, he'll try to bring out the unity of Telugu identity in his presentation. Through this, he'll try to attract local youth or people. So what happens is, when there is he's already famous in Telangana for being a cinema star, and when he's giving such kind of exaggerated speeches, people will fall for such speeches. Okay, people will tend to fall for such speeches, and in this context, he came up with the slogan of Telugu as one group. He called Telugu as one group and Telugu language as one identity. But the problem here is the Telugu language which he was describing as one identity was not the Telangana Telugu. I hope you're understanding why I'm stressing the Telangana Telugu and Andhra Telugu. Even in our schools, because I'm sure most of you must have done your schooling before 2014. In the schools also, what was there is the so-called pure Telugu of the one or two districts. In Andhra also, it's not as pure Telugu. What the Telugu spoken in Srikakulam is completely different from Telugu spoken in Anantapur. Do you know that or not? In Srikakulam, the Telugu is completely different. The slang is different. But in Anantapur, the slang is different. The Telugu is different. But across the state, the language spoken in 2 or 3 districts of Andhra was considered to be purest form of Telugu. And similarly in Telangana also, the Telugu spoken in Adilabad is different from Telugu spoken in Mahbub Nagar. And including, in fact, the Telugu spoken in Hyderabad is completely different from the Telangana region itself. Because in Telangana, there is lot of impact of Urdu. But in other districts of Telangana, for example, in Mahbub Nagar, there is one kind of Telugu, while in Nizamabad or Karimnagar, the northern part, there is one kind of Telugu. So that is basically a fact that the slang of people changes when the distance at least 30-40 kilometers for every, there is a saying that at least in every 30 kilometers, the slang of a particular language changes. So just because a language is spoken in some form in couple of districts, it cannot be a standard across the state. But the problem with the Andhra rulers was they were trying to make this a standard across the state, which was for the disliking of Telangana people. Is it clear? Okay. So the next aspect of the NTR regime, apart from making, standard Andhra Telugu as standard, are you able to see the YouTube screen which I am trying to share? You see his speech in 1983? Is it audible?
సున్నితమైన హాస్యంతో సునిశ్చితమైన సాంఘిక దురాచార పరిష్కారాన్ని చూపించడానికి కన్యాశుల్కాన్ని సృష్టించి బుద్ధి గడిపిన మహామనీషి విద్వత్కవి వరదార అడుగుదారులు పడిన చోటు ఇదేనా? ఏమైపోయాయా పౌరుషాలు, ఏమైపోయాయా సంస్కారాలు, ఎక్కడికి పోని. తెలుగు నేలలో మొలచిన చిగురు కొమ్మైనా చేవగానే ఉంటుంది. తెలుగునాట వీచే గాలిలో పూర్వీకుల వీర చరితలు చెవులు కింపుగా వినిపిస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. మంగళారతి పట్టి తెలుగు తల్లికి నీరాజనం పట్టి అమరావతి గుహల అపరూప శిల్పాలు, జాగయ్య గొంతులో తారాడు నాదాలు, తిక్కయ్య కలములో తీయందనాలు, జీవనదుల గలగలలు సజీవమై నిత్యమై నూతనమై కనిపిస్తూనే ఉంటాయి, వినిపిస్తూనే ఉంటాయి. మీ అందరికీ మనవి చేస్తున్నాను, ఈనాడు కాకపోయినా ఒక 4-5
You see, if you observe in that first video, the word Telugu Talli, Telugu culture, he has used it at least 5 times in 1 minute. Did you observe it closely? And see the kind of Telugu is using. The Telugu is completely that Sanskritized, and see the presentation of NTR, a very dramatized presentation, and that, like extending the words. Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say?
సోదరులందరికీ నేను మనవి చేస్తున్నా, విద్య ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఎవరు ఉద్యోగాల కోసం వెళ్ళకూడదు. నా విద్య నాకు పోషణ కలిగించాలి అన్న ధైర్యంతో ప్రతి ఇల్లు ఒక్కొక్క పారిశ్రామిక కేంద్రం కావాలి, ప్రతి వాడు ఒక పారిశ్రామికవేత్త కావాలి. అది నిజమైనటువంటి విద్య. అటువంటి విద్య వస్తేనే కానీ, అటువంటి విజ్ఞానం మనకు అలవడితేనే కానీ మన పరిపూర్ణమైనటువంటి పారిశ్రామికాభివృద్ధి మన దేశానికి జరగదు. ప్రతిదానికి అడ్డు రావటం, ఏదో సైంధవుల్లాగా అడ్డుపట్టడం జరుగుతుందని మీకు మనవి చేస్తున్నాను. కాబట్టి మొన్న 1984 ఆగస్టు 16వ తేదీన ఈ నిరంకుశ నియంతృత్వ విధానం కలిగినటువంటి కాంగ్రెస్ పక్షం పార్టీ విద్రోహంతో చేతులు కలిపి ఆనాడు శాసనసభలో మెజార్టీగా ఉన్నటువంటి తెలుగుదేశం ప్రభుత్వాన్ని బర్తరఫ్ చేయించారు.
This is an inauguration. You just see the projection of Telugu Desam Party.
తెలుగు జనతకు వందనం, తెలుగు యువతకు అభినందనం, తెలుగు మమతకు అభివాదనం, తెలుగు జాతికి శుభాభినందనం. హరిజన గిరిజన దళిత వర్గాలు గూడెల్లో, అడవుల్లో, గుడిసెల్లో నొక్కిపోతూ చూచి భరించలేక వెనకబడిన తరగతులు ఇంకా ఇంకా అట్టడుపుకు తొక్కివేయబడుతుంటే శిక్షించలేక, జనాభాలో సగమున్న ఆడబడుచులు అన్యాయమవుతుంటే ఓరిమి పట్టలేక, రాజకీయం భ్రష్టమై వ్యాపారాత్మకమై దగాకోరు విధానమై ఆంధ్ర ఆత్మాభిమానం చంపుతూ ఉంటే గుండె బద్దలై మనసు విఫలమై ఓరిమి పట్టలేక మీకోసం వచ్చాను. ఈ తెలుగుదేశం శ్రామికుడి చెమటలో నుంచి, కార్మికుడి కలిగిన కండరాల్లో నుంచి, రైతు కూలీల రక్తంలో నుంచి, రైతు కూలీల రక్తంలో నుంచి, నిరుపేదల కన్నీటిలో నుంచి, కష్టజీవుల కంటి మంటల్లో నుంచి, అమ్మాస్తుల అక్కందరలో నుంచి పుట్టింది ఈ తెలుగుదేశం. తెలుగువాడి పౌరుషం దాటి చెప్పడానికి, తెలుగువారి ఆత్మగౌరవం నిలబెట్టడానికి పుట్టింది ఈ తెలుగుదేశం. ఆశీర్వాదం. మంగళాక్షరం.
Yeah. Tell me, what did you guys, just by seeing that video, what did you guys understand? Yes, yes, yes. So that is one identity which he created. And you see his speech, We have seen hardly two videos and hardly 1-2 minutes. How many times he has used the word Telugu Jati as a motive to promote the TDP? Agreed? So that is what exactly we are trying to say in this chapter. The suppression of Telangana identity in the larger context of Telugu Jati. Understood, Rathod and Pratibha? See, we are not talking any politics about TDP and all. We are just saying the TDP has come into power with certain way of promoting itself. Okay. So that promotion of TDP was a big setback to Telangana movement. Right? Clear, Rathod? Right. So and you see the Telugu being used, isn't it? Is the Telugu any? No, right? So that is what we are trying to say. Okay. Right. And further to that, what NTR has done in Telangana, he tried to go against the Patels and Patwaris of Telangana. There are two reasons for it, because TDP came up with a slogan of empowering the backward castes. Okay, no doubt it was a very good political slogan, and it did empower a lot of backward communities in Telangana as well as Andhra. And most of the Patels and Patwaris were part of the Congress party. So indirectly, to check those people, the TDP government has abolished the Patel and Patwari institutions in Telangana. Patel and Patwari institutions had their own drawbacks, no doubt about it. Because we all have seen that Patels and Patwaris often try to extract more revenue from the poor peasants and all. So we have seen that. But the main advantage of Patel and Patwari system was there was some point of contact in village who could be dependable for getting the revenue or repairing certain aspects. Okay, and to make certain arrangements in the village. This Patel and Patwaris were the point of contact for the governments to make certain decisions in the village. But now they are removed. Like Patel and Patwaris had the functions of cleaning the tanks, desilting the tanks, and making sure that the tanks silt which is removed is spread across the various farms of the Telangana region. And by this, the fertility grew. The fertility of the soil grew and the output was more. And they were the point of contact for revenue collection, for the pattas. All these functions were now delegated to the newly appointed village revenue officers. The problem was twofold again. Firstly, the village revenue officers were very, very inexperienced in tackling these complex issues of the administration at the village level, because they were not sufficiently experienced with the village affairs. And second thing was, most of these VROs who were appointed in the remote places of Telangana were from Andhra, who did not know any cultural background about the Telangana. As a result, farmers suffered and they had to go to courts to get their each and every dispute resolved. Further, to add salt to this wound, when Chandrababu became the chief minister, he started the concept of village secretariat. The idea might be very good, but the implementation was very horrible, and the village administration suffered very, very severely, especially in Telangana, which has its own village background. And we all know that one of the main promise of the 6-point formula of 1971 was establishment of Telangana Regional Board. It was established also. We have seen it in the last class. But then when NTR came to power, he simply abolished the Telangana Regional Board because he said, I am already giving you 16 GOs, so all this is not required. But even 16 GOs never implemented. And we all know the NTR followed certain populistic schemes like 1 kg rice, sorry, 1 rupee for kg rice. So that was a very huge hit. And even today, the program is spoken about on such a very high stake program. Okay, Rupai ki kilo BM, that scheme was called. And it was implemented across the state of Andhra Pradesh. But see, no lunch is free is a popular proverb. Okay, nothing comes free. Even today, when KCR is giving you free power to farmers, indirectly it has to be subsidized from somewhere. Nothing comes for free. Okay, any freebies by state government are again subsidized by some or the other form. What happened even in this case is he is subsidizing the rice. So the state exchequer is bleeding in this particular subsidy program. So what we have to do, they have to fill this state exchequer with some other source of revenue. What they did is now they started distributing liquor across the state. And that particular exercise was called Varuni Vahini. And this distribution of liquor was done at so much so that it was even police officers were involved sometimes in this particular exercise. And the revenue increased because the liquor was a hot cake across both the states. In Telangana, liquor was generally consumed during the social gatherings and festivals or occasions. But now it was forced onto people. As a result, the liquor consumption increased even in Telangana, and the revenue of the government grew. But problem is the violence in the peaceful family setup, especially the low caste, low class families, because of the supply of liquor, people got addicted to liquor, and the peace of the family system was severely disturbed across the rural areas of Telangana. So what happened? From one side, you are giving 1 rupee kg rice, but then you are supplying liquor. So the family is saving money in rice and spending on liquor. And even if we go by the revenue records of entire government during 1980s, it shows that the revenue from liquor was used to subsidize the 1 rupee kg rice scheme. And further, we know that close to 60% of Krishna River and the close to 70-75% of Godavari River flows through Telangana before it reaches Andhra or Karnataka with regard to Krishna. But entire government built a lot of what it tried to do is it tried to build certain projects which diverted Krishna water to Rayalaseema and Godavari water to Andhra. In this entire exercise, the Telangana's irrigation suffered very, very severely. Okay. And then from Nizam time, Usmania Medical College and Usmania University were hub for medical education in Hyderabad and Telangana region. When NTR came to power, he built a medical university in Andhra, especially at Vijayawada, and he brought all the medical colleges of Telangana, Rayalaseema and Andhra under the umbrella of this particular university in Vijayawada. Till recently, till 2014, the NTR UHS was the single point of contact for medical education in the United States. But now we have the Warangal as a chief university for medical education. The Kaloji Narayan Rao University. Okay. So that was another injustice done to the education system of Telangana. And what happened is, when TDP came to power, TDP concentrated on the real estate of Telangana, the Hyderabad-based development. And we all know that TDP has a particular domination of certain caste. And if we go by the records, a lot of dominance was shown towards certain group. And that group was having dominance right from having corporate hospitals, movie studios, real estate ventures, media outlets, tours and travel companies, transport companies, etc. There was complete dominance of these particular Andhra people in the in and around of Hyderabad. The real estate ventures of Hyderabad were managed by people from outside Hyderabad. There was no Telangana people there. And the innocent Telangana farmers were promised a lot of jobs in these particular corporate hospitals or movie studios or even in real estate ventures, but it never happened. And these lands and these industries were given at very cheaper rates, and including the media outlets, the newspapers, the TV channels were completely dominated by people outside Telangana. For the first time only in the 2009-10, when there was growing calls and growing unity for establishing a news channel or a TV channel for exclusive Telangana people, it came in the later half of 2010. Then for the first time, facts on Telangana started to be published in the electronic media also. Till then, there was complete dominance and manipulation of facts against the issue of Telangana. Further to this, promotion of Andhra culture, dominance, insult to Telangana dialect by Andhras. So what happened is, I've told you this last class also, some classes back. If you go and see old movies around 1980s or 1990s, Telugu movies, the villain is speaking Telangana dialect, like the Narsingh Yadav, Kota Srinivas Rao. All these are speaking Telangana dialect, or including Tanikala Bharani. Okay. And the hero speaking the Andhra dialect. Do you agree?
जितने मेरे कंगे पे बाल दिख रहे हैं, उससे कई ज्यादा मेरी रिसीविंग हेयर लाइन पे लोगों की होती है.
You see this particular scene?
రాను రాను భూలోకమున పాపల సంఖ్య పెరిగిపోతుండేనా? అవును మహాప్రభు.
This is Sanskritized Telugu. This is what I am talking to you.
ఇందులో ఒక విశేషం ఉన్నది. ఇవి అన్నీను ఒకడు చేసిన పాపములే. ఏమది? ఇన్ని పాపములు ఒక్కడే చేస్తుండేనా? అవును మహాప్రభు.
దోపిడీలు, ఘోర హత్యలు, మానభంగములు అకటకటకటకటకట వాడు చేయని పాపములు లేవు.
You see the introduction of the character which is being given, that he is a very bad character. Like he is doing robberies, he is abusing women, and he is doing lot of looting. You see, he is a very bad person. This is a conversation happening in the hell, and the conversation happening is in Sanskrit Telugu.
వాడి నామధేయము తోటరాముడు.
ఎవడా తోటరాముడు?
తోటరాముడు ఎవడని అడుగుతావు బే? దేఖో దేఖో, అస్సలు నీకు నగరం అంటే తెలుసా? నరకం. ఈడ నేనే
This is Telangana Telugu.
యముణ్ణి ఎవరిని ఎప్పుడు ఖతం చేయాలో డిసైడ్ చేస్తా. ఇప్పుడు నిన్ను చంపాలని డిసైడ్ చేసిన. వద్దు, నన్ను చంపొద్దు, నన్ను చంపొద్దు. మరి మంచిగా సంచి ఇచ్చేయి. ఎవరు? ఇది నా కూతురు పెళ్లి కోసం అప్పు చేసి డబ్బు. ఈయనతో ఇట్లా కాదు గాని ఎరగాది ఉండ్రి.
You understood, Kaushik? You see the introduction of that character in this movie. Even Ali is hero. Ali is a hero, but he speaks different Telugu. Tanikala Bharani is speaking different Telugu. Exactly. So here you see the introduction which the Chitragupta is giving to Yama, that he is such a bad character, dirty character. He is not having any this thing, and then that character is speaking Telangana dialect. This was very, very common in most of the films before the Telangana came up. And one good thing what happened after Telangana came is the Telangana dialect is now is accepted across the country, with multi-starrer movies, like, even the heroes, new heroes coming up, like, Vijay and his brother, and then Vishwak Sen, so many Telangana heroes. And then recently the DJ Tillu, the hero himself is an Andhra person, but his Telangana dialect became so very famous that it is now popular across the states, both the states. So the cultural renaissance of Telangana definitely picked up after 2014. Before 2014, it was confined to certain characters, which was indirectly insulting. Isn't it not an insult? You are projecting a character as bad, villain character, and the villain character is speaking a particular dialect. The hero character is speaking a particular dialect. So what you want to project? Why can't Yama speak in Telangana dialect? So these kind of questions started to come up in the minds of people. So they felt that the Telangana people are being colonized by the Andhras, and their language and culture was being suppressed. In this context, now people started to do research about Telangana Telugu, and they understood that the Telangana Telugu was much more ancient and had many more writers when compared to Andhra writers or Andhra Telugu. Many contemporary writers were there, like Alam Rajaya, Kalwa Mallaya, Kaloji Narayan Rao. All these people were brilliant writers in Telangana Telugu. And this particular aspect of portraying Telangana people in a particular way led to the re-emergence of Telangana culture in 1990s. And in that context, a person called Maroju Veeranna, he was a leftist by nature. He started conducting many meetings to bring out the Telangana identity into people, and it was a political movement. Similarly, Telangana Student Front was formed to bring out the Telangana identity, Telangana culture, and to oppose anything which was demeaning Telangana culture. What happened in 1980s up to 2004, where predominantly TDP was in power? We all know that from 1981, except for 4 or 5 years, up to 1990s, NTR was in power, and from 1994 to 2004, Chandrababu was in power. So these 2.5 decades of TDP rule they had lot of scope because TDP came out with particular agenda of bringing Telugus together. Their intentions might be great. The people, when they came to the power, they had an opportunity to wedge that, to close that gap between Telangana and the Andhra Rayalaseema regions by promoting and encouraging all regions. But in the context, they lost themselves somewhere and they sidelined the Telangana sentiment completely. And this particular sidelining of Telangana sentiment for over 2 decades actually gave momentum to the next phase of Telangana movement and led to the revival of Telangana identity. And this was the basis, or this was the reason or the grievance which gave the platform to party like TRS to launch the Telangana revival movement again. And only of late, when we came across these kind of movements, and then after the Telangana came back, we are seeing Telangana Doomdam. Even during TRS meetings, there is a lot of Doomdam happening. Doomdam means that stage performance where a lot of folk artists are coming and poets are coming and talking about Telangana culture. They are reciting folk songs, Telangana songs. So there is a cultural revival happening. So in a way, for the second phase to the third phase, that bridge was again not because of the of course Telangana people were having that fire, but then it was the fire was further propelled, or the oil was poured by the policies of the rulers of the day. Had there been, if the NTR has implemented 16 GO in letter and spirit, Telangana people were still fine with that. They did not implement 16 GO. The areas around Hyderabad were being dominated by Andhras, and then a lot of freebies to the people from those areas, and the culture being humiliated, and poets are being humiliated. So all these factors again this time led to the cultural issue also to come up in the prominence. And now Telangana culture itself has become a huge issue for people to fight. So that is the chapter. Clear? You can see this question. Is it clear, everyone? Just see this question for 5 minutes. The notion of Telugu culture was a big setback to the culture of Telangana across various fields. Elaborate. What do you understand by this? Kaushik, I am expecting a model answer from you. Yes, Kaushik. Are you giving an answer? The idea of Telugu culture and oneness was almost to dilute to separate statehood of the Telangana. It did not match with Telangana culture as its own unique culture. Yes. Okay, good answer. Good points. Yeah. You understood the demand of the question, right? What we are trying to ask in this question is, was Telugu culture a setback to the Telangana identity itself? So you can say that yes, because in 1980s, when the Telugu culture was being proposed, it was an issue and it was not in line with the expectations of Telangana people, because Telangana people had their own culture. And the group and the slogan of Telugu Jati, you can just conclude, say that Telugu Jati has actually set back the identity of Telangana in various fields, including, like you can mention, the real estate, movies, okay, the freebies offered to various people. Okay, you can mention all that. Clear? Right. So we'll do the last but one chapter now. It is basically the impact of LPG policies on Telangana region. Okay, it's not the Telangana state, it's the Telangana region. In the United Andhra Pradesh, how did the LPG policies impact Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana? See, one thing is that the textbooks and the syllabus are made from the Telangana perspective. Okay, so there may be people who may not be agreeing with this particular school of thought. Okay, but then this is how our textbooks are designed. If you go to Telugu Academy book, or if you go by that Prakash book, okay, both books are designed in such a way that these are from the Telangana point of view. Okay, so yeah, coming to this particular issue, we all know that there was a lot of momentum for LPG reforms right from 1980s. That is across India. Across India, there is a lot of momentum for LPG reforms right from 1980s. Okay. But what happened is, the actual LPG reforms were implemented in 1991 by the PV Narasimha Rao government at the center. And this LPG stands for liberalization, privatization, globalization reforms. Okay, so it ended the infamous license Raj system, brought the private players into India, made the global platform available for Indian players. Okay, so a lot of public sectors were privatized. It was a very big movement in the 90s. One among the states which took up this movement extremely actively was the Andhra Pradesh. It projected itself as a stage for private investments. And it called itself as a hub for private investments and turned to World Bank for understanding the policies of World Bank and tried to implement the policies of World Bank in letter and spirit in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Okay. To add much more say to the states like Andhra Pradesh, if we see the 90s era up to 2009 and 2014, all the governments formed were coalition governments, not like the last two terms of BJP. All the governments were coalition governments. So when coalition governments came into picture, the states had more say. States had more say in central policies, and this was an issue during that time. So the regional parties like TDP had more say at the center because the TDP support was required by the center to make their government stable. You could see that in 1999 to 2004 Vajpayee government, the Chandrababu had significant say. So to make the best use of this coalition politics, states like Andhra Pradesh started to have their own agendas with regard to the LPG reforms. In this context, Chandrababu, who himself called as the CEO of Andhra Pradesh or the Swarnandhra at that point of time, he made certain rapid reforms, okay, and he made many alternate systems like Water Consumer Society, Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, which is called SERP, SCRP, and these are all developed by him. What these institutions did were, these institutions bypassed the village panchayats. At the end of the day, the democratic form of local form of government is the village panchayats. But then the village panchayats are not in picture. Some alternate bodies are coming into picture and taking the village panchayats into hand, or the village affairs into hand. The power of local panchayats is getting diluted. That's how the village economy of the Telangana region got impacted. And Chandrababu was implementing lot of policies as defined by the World Bank in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And he came up with a vision document called Vision 2020 in 1998. He called the document as Vision 2020. In that, he has proposed a series of reforms in line with the expectations of World Bank, because World Bank was giving lot of loans to Andhra Pradesh during Chandrababu time. And generally, what is the practice is, if any state has to take any loan from the foreign body, the central government has to submit a guarantee. But Chandrababu sometimes even bypassed the central government and took loans directly from the World Bank because he had good relationship. And in that context, the government of the TDP came up with the Andhra Pradesh Economic Restructuring Project, in which the TDP government has accepted for the conditions of the World Bank. And the conditions was that the government had to implement significant reforms in the 6 areas of the governance. What were the 6 areas? Primary education, primary health, child development, rural roads, irrigation, and public enterprise privatization. Public enterprise privatization. So what happened is, the government has assured World Bank that they'll take up reforms in these 6 areas. And if for these guarantees, the World Bank has given a lot of loans to the Andhra Pradesh government. As a result, the loans of Andhra Pradesh increased abnormally, and there are very high debts of Andhra Pradesh. High debts, if you see the records of 1994 to 1999 and subsequently up to 2004, the debt of Andhra Pradesh was very, very, very high. And the economy was irreparably changed. And as a part of first promise, the Chandrababu government tried to separate the APSCB. Andhra Pradesh State Electricity Board was the previous name. On the recommendations of a committee, they have made this as AP Transco and AP Genco. It was fine. But now they were trying to privatize the electricity sector. So when they tried to privatize the APSCB, there is a very infamous incident in the 1990 during the Chandrababu time. It is the Bashir Bagh firing, because the farmers have protested against the privatization and also increase of electricity charges and the increase and the private and against the privatization. So there was firing on the protesters at the Bashir Bagh, a very infamous incident, and which is even today a kind of blot on the Chandrababu's regime. See, you can see so many videos which are made on Bashir Bagh. See, you can see that the farmers who were protesting were fired upon. You see, this is the Bashir Bagh flyover.
2000 సంవత్సరం ఆగస్టు 28 వామపక్షాల ఆధ్వర్యంలో విద్యుత్ ఛార్జీల పెంపుకు వ్యతిరేకంగా హైదరాబాద్ లో పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఉద్యమం చేపట్టారు. అప్పుడు ప్రతిపక్ష పార్టీగా ఉన్న కాంగ్రెస్ ఉద్యమానికి మద్దతు పలికింది. ఖమ్మం జిల్లా నుంచి సిపిఎం, సిపిఐ, న్యూ డెమోక్రసీ, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీకి చెందిన నేతలు, కార్యకర్తలు పెద్ద ఎత్తున పాల్గొన్నారు. విద్యుత్ ఉద్యమాన్ని అణిచేందుకు టీడీపీ సర్కారు పోలీసులను ప్రయోగించింది. బషీరాబాద్ వద్దకు చేరుకున్న ఉద్యమకారులను గుర్రాలతో తొక్కించారు. వాటర్ క్యాన్లను, టియర్ గ్యాస్ ను ఉపయోగించారు. అంతటితో ఆగకుండా కాల్పులు జరపడంతో ముగ్గురు ఆందోళనకారులు నేలకొరిగారు. వీరిలో ఖమ్మంకు చెందిన సత్తెనపల్లి రామకృష్ణ ఒకరు. కాల్పులు తీవ్రంగా గాయపడిన రామకృష్ణ వారం రోజుల పాటు మృత్యువుతో పోరాడి చనిపోయాడు. జిల్లాకు చెందిన అనేక మంది గాయాల పాలయ్యారు.
So this was a very infamous incident during the time of Chandrababu, the Bashir Bagh firing, which haunted the TDP government for many days, and indirectly this was an election propaganda for the opposition parties and ultimately made Chandrababu to lose the power in 2004. Okay, so it was against the privatization and increase of electricity charges. And in the second phase of governance, that is from 1999 to 2004, when the Chandrababu came back to the power after the elections, he began to take up the privatization very extensively and aggressively. Because if you see the sixth point, which was promised to the World Bank, it was the public enterprise privatization. So firstly, what happened is the recruitment of the government jobs decreased during this time. There were no government jobs which were being recruited for state government, but means very less number of jobs were being recruited. Second thing was the public sectors which were not performing well, or which were even some public sectors which were performing well, they were being privatized, and many people were given voluntary retirement and asked to retire. And many public sectors were shut down. Many public sectors under state government were shut down by the government. What happened is recruitment stopped, the VRS given and people made to retire. Many public sector enterprises now privatized. All this led to the highest amount of unemployment during this time. And the records also speak that a lot of unemployment was prevailing during this time. And there was opposition by RTC, because the next target was RTC to be privatized, and Singareni Collieries also was proposed to be privatized. So there was opposition from this, but then you have seen that the government of the day was using brutal force to suppress any kind of opposition, and they kept on doing the privatization, and as a result many good performing state enterprises were privatized at a very nominal price and many people sacked. The YSR government came to the power opposing the privatization of the previous regime, but it also issued GO5, which was to privatize APS, RTC and Singareni collieries. After severe opposition from all the society people, they have stopped this particular privatization. And the rulers of the United States knew that the private enterprises privatization, public enterprises privatization was a very big issue, and it will haunt them when they give Telangana, because a lot of state enterprises were there in Telangana and they were doing very well, like the Alvin industry, Nizam Sugars, all these were somehow closed down for crony capitalists or some vested interests, we don't know. But in the 2014, when the Telangana state was formed, all these records were erased from the secretariat. And from softwares also they were erased. And today, unfortunately, none of the records pertaining to the public enterprise privatization, including in the region of Telangana, are available for someone to look into it. Such was the injustice meted out to this region. And coming to the next important aspect of water or irrigation, we have seen that even during the NTR's regime, the Krishna water was diverted to Rayalaseema and Andhra. The water or irrigation, which was the main thing for agriculture to grow, was never given to Telangana. And further, the power distribution across Telangana was very poor, and more often than not there were low voltage issues. Frequently the motor used to burn, and when the motor used to burn, that was a very big maintenance issue, and even the groundwater was not being able to be drawn because of the faulty motors. And we have seen that the Patel and Patwari system was removed and the VROs were now engaged. The desiltation of tanks, which was happening annually or biannually, or maybe twice in a year, was not being carried out. As a result, the tanks became more and more silted and there was no water in Telangana tanks. When there is no water in the tanks, because if you see tank, when there is water in tank, there is certain seepage into the ground. So the groundwater will grow. When there are canals, the groundwater will grow. But when there are no canals, no irrigation facilities, tanks are drying up, the groundwaters also came down abnormally. And all these made Telangana a drought hit region, which was having surplus agriculture and surplus revenue at one point of time, became a drought hit region, and many farmers from Telangana started to commit suicide. And basically, the agriculture is like a hub of the village economy, on which lot of side occupations and other secondary occupations are depending, like carpenter, blacksmith, handicrafts, etc. are all depending on the primary hub of agriculture. When this primary hub could not sustain and fell down, the secondary occupations also lost the prominence. Telangana arts, Telangana handicrafts also could not sustain. And as a result, many people lost their jobs and livelihood and committed suicides. So in short, the entire village fabric of this particular region was disturbed because of misplaced priorities and wrong policies of the rulers of day. To highlight this injustice meted out to Telangana, many people, many intellectuals like Goreti Venkanna, Amar, Warangal Srinivas have written extensive literature and poems showing about this particular injustice meted out to this state or this region, but people never bothered about it. And not only at the water, and now if you see Telangana's agriculture, it is booming, of course, thanks to the leadership, and the KCR has been really very proactive in bringing this Kaleshwaram project, and then the main scheme is Mission Kakatiya project, because they have regenerated the tanks of Telangana. The tanks are not only giving water to the irrigation, but also boosting the groundwater levels. In fact, there was a very recent report saying that because of the Kaleshwaram project and continuous water supply to various parts of Hyderabad and Telangana, the groundwater levels of Telangana are growing up. So everything is interrelated. Okay. And then further to add the miseries of the Telangana, the areas in and around Hyderabad were dominated by the education sector, which was again dominated by Andhra people. The colleges, we all know the corporate colleges, which are, which are a kind of headache, okay, because they are pushing people very badly, and the parameter of what is best is not defined. 99.999 is also not good. So, and then one thing was the corporatization of the education. Other thing, the existing government schools and colleges were not cared. There was more focus on the government schools and colleges of Andhra and Rayalaseema regions. The Telangana region government schools and colleges were ignored, and they were not modernized, or the infrastructure was not updated. So the people were forced to go to the corporate colleges and corporate schools, again dominated by outsiders. And in fact, the education pressure was so much so that many genuine people have ended up committing, genuine students have ended up committing suicides. And because of neglect of government schools and colleges, people who could not afford the corporate colleges and corporate schools decided to drop from the education. And as a result of this, the literacy levels of Telangana also dropped down. Illiteracy has gone up. And as we discussed, including the VRO posts, VRO should be generally a local fellow who can understand the local problems. But including the VRO posts in Telangana were given to the Andhra people, and the discrimination to the Telangana region against the Telangana region continuously was there unabated in the rulers of in the United State of Andhra Pradesh. So all this region, all these problems have actually ignited the minds of Telangana people. It's like there is some threshold, right? Up to this point, they can bear. Beyond that, they cannot bear. Telangana lost its surplus budget. Telangana now becoming dry land. Telangana losing its jobs. Telangana being dominated by outsiders. The education system is collapsing. There is no irrigation facilities. The real estate businesses, everything dominated by outsiders. In this context, the third phase of the Telangana movement was now slowly growing up. The intelligentsia, the intellectuals, the scholars, the poets of Telangana now came to the stage, and now they are propagating that enough is enough. We will have our own state. In that context only, the TRS came into picture. It had a long struggle for 13-14 years. And then finally in this 2014, we could see the dream of achieving a separate state of Telangana. And once the dream was achieved, there was no turning back. Of course, today we have many other challenges as a state to face, but the challenges are all something which are exclusive to this state and can be addressed by the people of Telangana itself, and no external influence is required. So that is regarding this chapter, and tomorrow we'll do the last chapter, and then that will close our particular module. Okay, just see this one question before Up to here it is clear? Everyone clear? Kaushik and Rathod? What is the doubt you have in third slide, Kaushik? Voluntary retirement system, VRS. Voluntary retirement. When the industry is being closed, it's called golden shake hand. Especially it is given for government employees. Okay. Rest of all is clear. Okay, see these two questions. One question Kaushik or Rathod will answer. One question Pratibha will answer. First question, Pratibha, you answer. Critically examine the impact of LPG reforms on the Andhra Pradesh with specific mention of Telangana. And then you attempt the second question, Kaushik or Rathod, anyone? The period between 1995 to 2004 was a death blow to many public enterprises. Comment. Yeah, take 5 minutes each and come up with the answers. Yes, please. Take 2 more minutes. Take 2 more minutes and answer. Yeah, Pratibha. So the first question you have answered. Critically examine the impact of LPG reforms on Andhra Pradesh with specific mention of Telangana. Very good. So you have answered the question with specific mention to Telangana means you can write some examples of Telangana like the Olive factory, Nizam Sugars. Okay, and you can also mention about the impact of Telangana, impact on this particular policy on Telangana village life. We have discussed, right? So you can mention those points also. Okay, good. Yeah, Kaushik. The LPG reforms. Very good, Kaushik. So basically, you have to interlink how the public enterprises have been privatized. This resulted in unemployment and also a village crisis which created, and then the entire rural economy of Telangana suffered a big blow. Very good. Both of the answers. Okay, you have understood the demand of the question. So that is more important. Yes. Cottage industry, handicrafts, all these people lost their livelihood because Telangana was basically agricultural based economy and it was being impacted. So is it clear? Both these chapters? Both these chapters are clear today? Okay, tomorrow we'll do the final chapter, and by that I think this part of the module ends, and then Vivek sir will take a couple of classes and close the module. And please stay active in the group. So as I told you, I'll just once go through the entire module because we have done it over 45-50 days. I'll go through the entire module. If there are any gaps, I'll give the specific Wikipedia links or Google links in one document so that it will be a reference material for you. 99% we did not miss anything. In case if you have missed something, we'll come back to you. We'll keep updating you. Okay, you can stay in the group. Not only for this, and if any module also we are launching, we'll definitely communicate in that group. Okay. On that note, we'll end today's class. Fine. Yeah. Good night. So in our last class, we have done two prominent chapters. So what are those two chapters? What are those two chapters? Anyone? Rise of regional parties. Yes, and Impact of LPG reforms on the Andhra Pradesh. Yes. So basically, in rise of regional parties, we have tried to understand how the 1980 rise of TDP, okay, which definitely had an opportunity to bring various regions of Andhra Pradesh together, and but the narrative got diverted in the name of Telugu Jati and Telugu Aikyata and so on, and how the Telangana identity was suppressed because of the Telugu Jati identity. And when the Telangana identity was suppressed, how the rural system of Telangana was impacted by the initiatives of the government, because they were proactively going on some issues like removal of Patels and Patwaris, employing VROs from outside areas who did not have proper awareness about the village system of Telangana, and how the tank system of Telangana got neglected, and then how over a period of time the economy of the state was disturbed, and how the Hyderabad focused development started, and so many freebies given to many people like movie actors, and then so many industries, so many businesses of outside people of Telangana started, and all this led to a lot of lands of Telangana being diverted from farmers to the elite class of Andhras, and all these have led to a kind of economic imperialism in the hands of outsiders due to the rise of regional parties. And coming to the LPG reforms, we have seen that how Andhra Pradesh positioned itself as one of the important states in the LPG reforms, and it was in toto or in very sincerity following the policies of World Bank, and the Vision 2020 document was released by the then Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. And this document had certain drastic changes to be taken up in various sectors like health, education, irrigation, infrastructure, and public enterprises, and so on. And how the public enterprises were on a very large scale being privatized, and how people were given voluntary retirement schemes, and then how people were thrown out of the system, and how the recruitments in various PSUs have come down, and so on and so forth. And we have seen that in the entire process, the debt of Andhra Pradesh as a whole increased phenomenally. And then this debt was a major reason. This debt was a major reason why the various reforms which the Chandrababu Naidu government was taking up, they were in line with these, World Bank policies, and as a result, debt increased. And this was one of the major reasons why his government had to fall down. Okay. Further, we have seen that the records of the public enterprises which were privatized during that time were systematically destroyed, and how there was a very ugly incident during that tenure in between 1999 to 2004, where the rise in electrical charges were opposed by the farmers, and they were being shot. Okay, and we have seen that video also. So that is the gist of the last two chapters. Is it clear? Concentration. Yeah. So today we are going to look at the last chapter of the second phase of Telangana movement. Okay. And that basically it talks about the quest for the Telangana identity. So in the last class, we have also seen how the 2.5 decades of these regional parties actually and indirectly gave way for the resurgence of the Telangana identity. Okay, the resurgence of Telangana identity was indirectly because of these regional parties, which had an opportunity to do substantial betterment for 3 regions of the Andhra Pradesh, including Telangana. But because of their own motives and their own vested interests, they were ignoring the sentiments of Telangana. And in the entire exercise, the Telangana identity once again came into the forefront. Okay. So that is how it came up in the last phase. So we have seen that Telugu, the TDP gave a broader perspective of the Telugu identity. They did not honor the Telangana identity as such. Okay, for them the Telugu Jati or Telugu Jati Gauravam was the major identity, but Telanganites could not easily relate with that kind of identity because they felt their culture, their identity was different and it was not being honored properly in the United States. Okay, so to further rub salt to the wounds of Telangana identity, what happened is an incumbent MLA of Himayatnagar Assembly died during 1980s, that is during the NTR regime. So when there is an incumbent MLA who is dying, there will be a by-election to that particular seat. And for this Himayatnagar by-election, what TDP did is they have fielded an Andhra candidate called named Upendra from Vijayawada in Himayatnagar. So this was a very serious insult to the people of Telangana, because as if there was no person to represent Himayatnagar from Telangana, they have brought a person from Vijayawada to represent in the Himayatnagar. While legally, logically, and even as per the elections practice, one is allowed to contest anywhere in the state if he is a voter in that state. For example, if I am a voter in Hyderabad, I can go and contest in Adilabad. I need not be a voter of Adilabad. Okay, I hope you all know that. So similarly, Upendra was a voter of Andhra Pradesh. So he could logically come and contest in Hyderabad, that is Himayatnagar. But the issue is now becoming a identity crisis. Like, is there not any leader in the local area who can go and represent Himayatnagar? In this aspect, what happened? The local forces supported a leader called Ale Narendra. He was a Telangana supporter and a prominent, he played very good role in the agitation of 1969. So people went and supported him, including the Jansangh and the present day BJP. Everyone have given him support, and he could defeat Upendra in the Himayatnagar by-election, which was a huge embarrassment to the TDP government. And it was indirectly the reinforcement of the Telangana identity. From there, because of the policy of Andhra rulers, the quest for Telangana identity started to build up. And how did it build up? There are various associations coming together and trying to reassert the Telangana identity and culture, and also demanding for Telangana separate state. One such first association or the commission was Telangana Sarvadiksha Arya Pratinidhi Sabha. Sarvadeshik. Okay. Telangana Sarvadeshik Arya Pratinidhi Sabha means it's a particular caste association, but then the aim of this association was that they felt that they belong to the Telangana state and they are in demand for the separate Telangana. And under this particular commission, there were a lot of activities which are taking place to demand for the separate Telangana. And in this process, on 6th June 1987, so many supporters from Telangana So Upendra of Vijayawada was defeated by Ale Narendra. Isn't that good? Good means In what context, Jabir? Good means I did not understand. Yeah, it is good. That's why it has come up as an example. Why it is good? Because it is reinforcing the Telangana identity. Okay. And it was an embarrassment to TDP, which was enjoying a lot of majority. They felt whatever we do, it will be okay. But in Nagar, they could not win the by-election. By the way, the MLA who died was from TDP. Okay. Understood? Okay, Jabir. Fine. So, on 6th June 1987, a lot of supporters from Telangana have marched to Delhi and they have met under the leadership of Pratap Kishore, Sanaullah Sher Khan, Shauddin and Syed Yahya. So what these people have done is they have marched to Delhi. Okay, and then all people have gone to Delhi in the car rally and they were welcomed by a lot of leaders, including Jansangh leaders in Delhi, and they have met the vice president and given the memorandum for separate Telangana. So as the regional parties started propagating the Telugu identity and started suppressing the Telangana culture and Telangana identity, the intellectuals and other leaders of Telangana started propagating the idea of Telangana separate state. And then a newspaper called Ma Telangana was started by T. Prabhakar. In last class also we have seen that. And then mainly the newspaper was about identifying and highlighting the issues related to the Telangana region. Okay, these are the just various intellectuals and the associations who are coming together to speak about the cause of Telangana. And one more person called Jagpati Rao. He was a very active person from 1989 to 1985 to 1993. This particular Jagpati Rao, who belonged to Telangana, he started propagating various pamphlets, booklets, and newspaper articles about the discrimination being meted out to the region of Telangana in the United Andhra Pradesh. He involved many intellectuals for debates and brought them onto various stages, and he conducted those debates. And some of the intellectuals who participated in the debates conducted by the Jagpati Rao were Anand Rao, Jaishankar, Pratap Kishore, Sridhar Reddy. All these people were the intellectuals and scholars of those days of Telangana region, and they all participated in the debates of Jagpati Rao, who brought out many facts pertaining to the various discriminations being meted out to the region of Telangana. And in the same context, the Usmania University Forum for Telangana was formed. In this, both the lecturers and students were members of it, and they also conducted various seminars, debates, and platforms, and encouraged many scholars and intelligentsia to come and address the people for the greater cause of separate Telangana. And one more organization which came up was Telangana Sangarshana Samiti. It was established by Machineni Kishan Rao and Kohada Prabhakar Rao. Both were former legislators, and this Telangana Sangarshana Samiti has become a very good platform for many people to come and participate, because both these people were former legislators, so they definitely had their own social backing and they had good following. So many people who were pro Telangana came and participated in Telangana Sangarshana Samiti, and yeah, they definitely had that impact in talking about the Telangana. And then the Telangana Janasabha came up next after Telangana Sangarshan Samiti. So this Telangana Janasabha was a kind of aggressive movement because it had backing of People's War Party. We know People's War Party is a leftist wing which is having its roots in the Naxalism. It basically comes from the communist background. So they demanded the democratic Telangana. Okay, they demanded democratic Telangana, and they believed that for getting Telangana, we can use even force. So that is their motive. And then finally, when Telangana Mahasabha was formed, the main motto of Telangana Mahasabha was to empower the Dalit Bahujans in Telangana. It was found in 1997. So these people came up with the idea of improving the political rights and the empowerment of the backward caste like Dalits and Bahujans of Telangana. So what happened is, you can see that various intelligentsia and various associations, various forums are now coming up and cropping up to address the cause of Telangana and to fight for the rights of Telangana and to highlight the injustice and discrimination being meted out to Telangana. So close to 28 associations were all there, which were playing active role and propagating their own literature and class. So one final day, there was a decision and consensus that all these 28 associations should come under one umbrella, because they felt the ultimate aim and objective of all these associations is the formation of separate Telangana. So they came up with a particular front called Telangana United Front, which is also called Telangana Aikya Vedika in Telugu. So this Aikya Vedika, or the United Front, was a game changer in the history of Telangana movement. Because previously all the movements were sporadic and they were all in the bits and pieces. Now everything came at one place, and this United Front became a very big force to reckon with. And this United Front not only did the ideology spread of Telangana movement, but they also took up many people into the struggle. They have invited students to be part of the struggle. They have done a lot of charity activity. They have done a lot of seva activity. And further, they have gone and spoken to the families of farmers who committed suicide. And they distributed groceries. And amongst themselves, they have formed many committees for fact-finding mechanisms about farmer suicides, Telangana issues, electricity issues, and loss of tanks in Telangana, surplus budget of Telangana, how Telangana was being deserted by Andhra rulers. All these fact-finding mechanisms they have done. And in this process, this particular Telangana Aikya Vedika, or the United Front, continuously kept on spreading the ideology of the Telangana state. And then this United Front was forced to reckon with till 2001, where this United Front has officially given support for the formation of the TRS party under the leadership of KCR. So are you able to understand the flow of various organizations into the final TRS party? So as I say, everything has some coincidence. If you see this kind of coincidence is there in Indian history also, modern Indian history. Can someone tell me what is the similar coincidence of modern Indian history? Can you tell me similar coincidence in modern Indian history? Anyone? Before that, Jaber. Yes, precursor to INC. What is precursor to INC? Basically, many groups similar were there before these, all the platforms came together and merged into INC. Can you relate to that? The 1860s and 1870s, before the 1885 formation of INC, people are able to relate to that. And then INC became a political force. Right, good. So similarly, these movements were precursor to the formation of TRS. And of course, when KCR was seriously planning to take up the issues of Telangana by coming out of the TDP government, so he was invited by the Telangana United Front to take up the leadership and take the movement forward. So what is the roadmap of Telangana? Okay, roadmap to Telangana. So basically, how to achieve Telangana within these associations and groups, there are various difference of opinions. It's very natural, right? The end is known to everyone. The means may be different for each one of them. So the means may be different for each one of them. Some may want to have a peaceful movement. Some may want to have a forceful and oppressive way of, aggressive way of attacking the government. Some may have their different ways of political empowerment. Like that, everyone will have their own approach. So we have seen that the Telangana Mahasabha had its own approach of Dalita Bahujana Telangana, because where they felt the Dalits and the Bahujans of Telangana should lead from the front in the formation of Telangana. Similarly, Telangana Janasabha had its own way of approaching Telangana movement. They felt that they demanded the democratic Telangana by fighting against the government of the day. So when it came to the KCR way of fighting for Telangana, there was an interesting conversation between KCR and Professor Jaishankar. What happened is that KCR was not sure if the political way of going for Telangana was right or wrong. Because if you see in 1970 movement, the Telangana had most number of local MPs. The Marichanna Reddy had a lot of Congress had a lot of Telangana MPs, Telangana MLAs, and the movement was one of the biggest movement in the civil history of the world from 1969 to 1979. And it was not sporadic, it was continuous movement. The movement was there for almost 2 years, but the government of the day did not yield. At the time, the Telangana had enough political strength also. But if I go as a political outfit, will I be successful? Can I have any say in the central government? Or can I have any say in the parliament? These were the questions which confused KCR. Then what Professor Jaishankar said is, the situation of 1971 is different from situation of 1999-2000. Because in 1991, the party was majority party. The Indian National Congress enjoyed at most confidence as far as the parliament seats are concerned. And it did not require any coalition or any support from the other party. But if you see from 1990s till 2014, the 2.5 decades in the Indian democracy or the political setup was all coalition governments. Coalition governments means like the NDA, UPA, all these governments were stitched with a group of parties coming together, including the regional parties. So what Professor Jaishankar informed the KCR is that when regional parties are starting to play significant role, we have seen that same role played by TDP in NDA alliance of 1999 to 2004. So when so many regional players are becoming part of the government and dictating terms to the central government, even if we have very limited representation from Telangana at the center, will still be a game changer because of the two reasons. We can have political representation and support the government of the day and get the Telangana. And by having MPs in the parliament, we can make our voice vocal, and some MP of ours can put up the proposal of separate Telangana at the national level. And inspired by these words, KCR has finally come up with the Telangana Rashtra Samiti, which formed as a political party and political outfit. And in the process, the approach of the KCR was the political empowerment was required to fight for the cause of Telangana. And if you look at in the hindsight, in the 2014, when we look back, the words given by Jaishankar to the KCR were very apt, because till 2014, we all had the coalition governments, and there was tremendous pressure even on the Congress at the center to grant separate Telangana. We don't know if that strategy would work today, because today's government, the NDA government, is not depending on any state for its supported parliament. Today, if some particular agitation is going on for a separate state or a separate this thing, it may not have mileage through political system, because the political landscape is different when compared to 2014. So what we can infer is that the advice given by Jaishankar was very apt in that context, and that particular system of coalition government almost ran up to 2014, and the timing of Telangana movement or the agitation of Telangana in 2009 was very good, and so many factors have worked out in the favor of formation of separate Telangana, and luckily the state has been achieved. Are you able to understand? Because the factors much beyond this particular 2009 were there in 1979, but at that time it was a majority government. They did not depend on Telangana for their parliamentary numbers. Even in 2014 they did not, but then there were other coalition parties which were pressurizing the Congress to give the Telangana, and Congress also was okay with the concept of giving Telangana. Is it clear? So the last part of the chapter, what were the conditions which yielded for the second phase of the Telangana agitation? Some of the prominent points we have discussed in detail yesterday. So we'll just go through them once again so that we are clear as to what is the reason for the second phase of this Telangana agitation. We have just discussed that 1969 Telangana agitation was one of the longest civil movements of the world, which happened almost for 2.5 years. Though it died its natural death around 1971, but the injustices were continuously being meted out to Telangana. We know how the GO 610 was issued and how Kasubramanian Reddy gave assurances that I'll implement Mulki rules, and subsequently when NTR came, the 6-point formula was completely diluted and the Mulki rules were also ignored, and then the GO 610 came, and the GO 610 was never implemented in letter and spirit. A lot of outsiders were being drawn into Telangana. Okay, and how the neglect of irrigation happened in Telangana, we have seen that the desiltation of tanks was not happening and the tanks were drying up, and because of the tanks being drying up, wells being drying up, there were the bore wells, which were one of the key source of irrigation, were being dried up because of dip in the groundwater levels. And we have seen how in the employment, like VROs and other officers were appointed from outside Telangana into the core Telangana region, and they did not understand the essence of Telangana setup, and as a result they lost the grip on Telangana villages. And we have seen the cultural hegemony also yesterday, how this particular Telangana people were shown of being an inferior character or villains or comedians. So their culture was not considered seriously in the United Andhra Pradesh. And then diversion of waters. We have seen yesterday that how Krishna water was diverted from underneath the Mehboob Nagar to Rayalaseema and Andhra. But the Mehboob Nagar district, which actually where the Krishna enters, was never benefiting from the Krishna river at all. And we have seen the same case with the Godavari river also. And then what happened is, many Telangana people who were from backward communities, they got vexed up with the attitude of these Andhra rulers, and then they have gone and joined the various aggressive movements like the Naxalite movements. And sometimes in the name of encounters of Naxalites, many Telangana scholars and Telangana writers were also killed in fake encounters by the police, and for that they were promoted and rewarded by giving gallantry medals and presidential medals. So Telangana people were also killed in the so-called fake encounters. And then as we have seen that when the agriculture became risky, we have seen how the entire village system of Telangana has taken a huge hit, how the handicrafts and other secondary occupations at the village level, they got, it's like a disguised unemployment which happened during the British time. Similar thing happened in the Telangana at the village level, where now the farmers and other people are committing suicide. So people who lost the interest in agriculture, who now thought that agriculture is risky, they started migrating. So we even today know that many people from Palamuru and all these places where the lands have become dried up before the advent of the Kaleshwaram project, they all migrated to various places like Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore for very menial and very laborious jobs and underpaid jobs. So the migrants started going out from Telangana in search of some opportunities in other urban cities, including Hyderabad. And as a result, the entire agricultural system of the Telangana suffered. During Chandrababu time, we have seen that how the loans were continuously being taken from World Bank, as a result which the economic burden of the state, the entire state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana in particular, kept on increasing. And even today, the debt of Telangana is very high, and it is because of the irreparable damage done during the United Rule. And then we have also seen how the education sector, especially the government schools and colleges, were not being promoted in Telangana, but in various places like Andhra and Rayalaseema. And the literacy of Telangana was taking a hit when compared to Rayalaseema and Andhra, because first thing is government schools and colleges were not being promoted properly in Telangana. And second thing was the corporatization of the education, where the students of Telangana could not afford such high prices. They dropped from the schools and colleges. As a result, the illiteracy grew. And also people who could not get in touch with this lot of pressure which the corporate schools and colleges were giving, sometimes the young people of Telangana committed the suicides. And one more discrimination against Telangana region was that the problem was that there were a lot of universities being established across the state. So if the initial Usmania University headquarters was there in Warangal, but subsequently it was moved to Hyderabad. Similarly, other universities were now which are having headquarters like JNT University, sorry, it was not Usmania, JNT University was set up in Warangal, not in the present day Kugatpalli. So the JNT University was set up in Warangal, but then it was forcefully moved to Hyderabad, because what the rulers were saying is, these are state level universities, especially the Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University is a state level university, and it has to be moved to Hyderabad because of state level nature. But on the contrary, because they said that capital is Hyderabad, so JNTU should come to Hyderabad. Fair. But on the contrary, if you see, the Health University headquarters is at Vijayawada. The Sri Venkateshwara Medical College is at Tirupati. It's also a state level college. Sri Venkateshwara University is at Tirupati. Andhra University is at Andhra. So these are also state level universities. If the moving of state level university to Hyderabad is a logic being applied to JNTU, the same logic should have been applied to State University in Tirupati and State University of Andhra. And Tirupati is not the headquarters of Andhra. Andhra University in Vizag is not the headquarters of Andhra. So they followed a kind of discriminatory practices even in allocating the universities across the regions. So all important universities allotted to Telangana were only in Hyderabad. But in Andhra, the universities allotted were all spread across various regions, like many in Rayalaseema, few in Andhra. There the state level university logic was not applied. While a Telangana fellow can go and read in Sri Venkateshwara Medical College or Venkateshwara University, similar is Andhra guy can come and study in Telangana, but entire education system in Telangana was concentrated in Hyderabad because Hyderabad was the capital and Hyderabad was the place of interest for Andhras because they had a lot of investments. And also the technical education was not considered or not given enough prominence for Telangana region. The main prominent college was the REC, the Regional Engineering College, at that time Warangal, and that was under the control of central government. So there also Telangana people did not receive enough guarantees, and the University of Hyderabad, which was set up under the 6-point formula of 1971, even that was a central university, and though it was established in Hyderabad, it was never benefiting the locals because neither the local faculty nor the local students were encouraged to take admissions into University of Hyderabad. Okay, so all these factors over a period of 2 to end of decades led to a kind of saturated feeling amongst the Telangana people, and they have obviously became vexed up with this attitude of being ill-treated or discriminated over so many decades and so many years. And finally, they have vented out after the formation of the TRS party. The struggle took a new shape, the political shape. Of course, it took time for the TRS party also to get established and get gelled up. You must have read all that in your third phase of Telangana movement. So all this has led to the formation of TRS party. From there, the new era of the Telangana movement, along with the intellectuals and intelligentsia, started with the final aim and objective of achieving the state of Telangana, which fortunately could happen in the year 2014. So that is the build-up which was there right from the Nizam time up to the formation of TRS party, and that is what we have covered extensively over so many classes. And with this, the present part of the module is ending, and only some 5 to 10% of the syllabus is left over with regard to the third phase of the movement, which Vivek sir will be covering very soon. We have spoken just today, and he is confident that he will also wind up everything in next 2 or 3 classes. Okay, so that is about the second phase of the movement. Clear, everyone? So you must have seen that there is a poll floating around in our Telegram channels about the interest for Telangana history, quick revision of Telangana history and culture. So many of you have reached out to me even in personal windows about the possibility of taking up this module. So I have told you that if there is good amount of interest, we can do a very quick revision of 20 hours so that the 5 chapters which are mentioned in our group 1 syllabus, we can cover them in 20 hours with reasonable pace, and also it's like more like a good revision for your prelims and mains. So I've seen that there is decent response. So I'll talk to the institute, and very soon we will inform you about the tentative dates and the possibility of, mostly it will be online module. And if there is any requirement, I'll definitely come offline and we can have some discussions there. It will be similar online module, and we can just brush up through various concepts of Telangana culture and history. And we'll do that extensively in the 20 hours, which will be beneficial for prelims and mains, hopefully. And since the interest is there, we can take it up, I guess. So the flyer and the other details will come to you soon. So whoever is interested to join that module from, from this module, they are welcome, and we can meet there also. Okay. So, and as I said in the last class also, this brings the end to the module from my side. At the same time, if there are any gaps with regard to this particular module, I'll go back and just see once again. And if there are some important articles, some important personalities, I'll just make one Word document, or at least I'll share you the links of those documents or links of those websites, so that just by going there, you can see the personality we are talking about. Okay, we can see the personality. Okay, fine. Just read about them randomly, and then you'll remember that, because you can easily connect them with the Telangana movement. Okay. So that's about the Telangana movement module from my side. So we'll just do last two questions, and then we'll wind up our session. And I hope this approach of, taking the class and then having the possible questions was helpful to you, because this was the very intention of this particular module. Because Telangana history, many people are teaching. I've seen many places, but we assured you quality, we assured you consistency. Yes, there was 7 to 10 days gap. That was the demand or the request from students itself, that many people are writing prelims, so we wanted to take a break, so we took a break. But apart from that, there was no major gap or break for any week. Okay. And then whenever myself or Vivek were interacting, we definitely tried to help you with not breaking any classes as such. And we have assured you quality, and hope we have delivered that quality, at least from my side. And Vivek also have seen his notes, and Dr. Vivek quality has also been very elaborate and extensive. So I hope you will benefit from this module. And I'm sure, when you do this, all the slides of the second phase, I'll be posting in a day or two. Just give me 1 or 2 days time. I'll post it, and it will be coming to you in the Telegram group. And I'm sure what will happen is, since you have done the modules and the question and answers, when you write the prelims in October 16th, and then when you sit for your mains preparation, touch wood, if you are all confident of clearing the prelims, you just see, when you look at these slides after your prelims examination, you will just able to be revised the entire Telangana movement in not less than 2 days. In 2 days, you will revise the entire paper 6 of the Telangana movement. And it will be such a wonderful, confident feeling that the paper 6 is done and dusted. And what all you see, you go and see any textbook now. You see V Prakash, you see Telugu Academy, you see Google, you see Wikipedia, whatever you want to see, you see. And instantly you will catch that concept. Because now you can relate to each and every part of the Telangana movement in a very systematic, detailed, and a timeline oriented way. You just try this. Say 1 or 2 days later, randomly pick up some timeline of Telangana movement. Just Google it. There may be more literature or more statistics or more information. Just don't worry about it. Just see, by reading that article, you'll immediately understand it. You'll immediately understand it. So that is the benefit you will be having when compared to others. Because I have seen the textbooks, those textbooks will turn you off because of those tables, stats, this much water, this much TMC water. In exam, I am not sure if you are being tested for that. How much TMC of Krishna water, how much TMC of Godavari water, how much electricity was there. Important stats, yes. What is the literacy level of Telangana? Those are all part of your social indicators. You will definitely need to memorize certain things, but not so much of infodemic where you will be put off from the subject. But on a different note, after doing this module, even the statistics will be very easy for you. Just go and see those tables now. You'll relate to what we are talking about. Okay, so this table is about the diversion of water, irrigation to Rayalaseema and Andhra regions. You'll immediately see the table and understand. Don't remember the statistics. And that is why precisely in my entire exercise, I have not dumped any such tables. It was very easy for me to just copy and paste those tables and then run through those slides. What happens is, even in the class, you will not be able to focus on what is important and what is the flow of the movement as such. Now, when you go back, pick up any random textbook and just see those tables, you'll instantly get, you will able to get in touch with that and relate to that as to what exactly the table is trying to say. Not only that, after this module, as I said just now, the entire revision exercise, because paper 6 is a very new paper, it is not part of your civil service preparation, not part of any other exam, only specific to Telangana Group 1 and Group 2. So this will give you tremendous confidence going into mains. I hope you agree with me, or is that you have something to say? Yes? Okay. So, thank you. Just quickly, let's do these last two questions of our module and then close. Okay, Jaber, you will still do good, no problem at all. So whatever other thing which we are not covering, say we have covered everything. In case if you have not covered anything, we'll post you as documents or PDFs in the group. So please stay in the group. Okay. Sure. What are the various ideologies leading to the second phase of Telangana struggle? Just take 2 minutes. And Shruti, you can do the first question. Kaushik has done already so many questions. Pratibha has done some questions yesterday. So Shruti and Jaber. And I could see that, Kaushik has understood the demand of questions quite well over last few sessions. And people who are seeing the online videos, do see the if you have access to the chat windows, just see the chat windows also for model answers. People have given some really good answers, and it's all about what, it's not about what you read, it's about what is the demand of the question and what are you trying to present. Okay, so Jaber, do the first question, and Shruti, do the second question. You can both parallelly work on it, and you can just post your answers before we sign off. Kaushik, you can also try. Pratibha, you too. Rathod, you are also there, so you can also try. Yeah. Who's that given answer? Jaber. So Jaber, you have written the first one, right? What are the various ideologies leading to the second phase of Telangana struggle? Or you have written second one? Which is the question you attempted, Jaber? Okay. So for the first one, you can write about Telangana Janasabha, Telangana Mahasabha, and Telangana. Of course, you have mentioned about Telangana Aikya Vedika. And you can also mention about how various associations came forward to form a Telangana Aikya Vedika, and from there, how it went on to become a ideology spreading movement till the formation of TRS. Good attempt. Good. Kaushik, very good answer. Where you have covered. If you can cover your final answer in this way, be rest assured that you will get very good marks. Okay, you will get very good marks for the question. Yeah, for the second question, Shruti. Yes, Shruti. Okay, no problem, Shruti. Not an issue. So Pratibha's answered. Very good. Pratibha, you also made many points. Okay, you can mention about how the Hyderabad centric development gave, free lands and other freebies to the people from outside. Okay, and businesses being dominated, movie sector being dominated. Okay, so discrimination with regard to culture. So all these are very good points. And then you can conclude by saying all these have been responsible for the development of identity of Telangana, okay, which made them go towards the separate Telangana movement. Good. Yeah, Jaber, your points are also valid. So anything else you want to ask or discuss before we wind up? So is everything clear? Fine. So hopefully I'll see some of you or all of you again in the Telangana history and culture module. Art and culture and world history. Jaber will plan, because right now these sections are unexplored and students are not having, proper grip on Telangana history and culture. There are textbooks like Telugu Academy and all, but students are finding it difficult to read them. So what is the common request I am getting is that, sir, you take the session, you quickly revise, then if you go and look at the textbook, it will be really comfortable for us. So that is what is the demand which is coming. So that is why I am taking up the 20-hour module first, so that we'll cover the entire Telangana history and culture at once. What it will make you feel is it will make you feel at home. And then whenever you look at any textbook, you can immediately connect to it. Okay. Public policies and module, that also will plan, Kaushik. We have time up to mains. So October 16th is prelims. Till then, whatever are the prelims oriented modules we'll try to do. Like history and culture is both the prelims and mains oriented module. So like that we'll try to do. And then I'm sure from prelims to mains, we'll have at least 3 to 4 months time, and then we can do such modules. Yeah, Pratibha, that also we'll try to do. Okay. So as on when the flyer comes in the group, I think you're all in the group. So I'll ask the institute to prepare a flyer and post it. So please do share with your friends, and if everything goes well, we'll meet in that module. Okay. As far as this module is considered, I hope it was helpful, and I'm sure you'll definitely benefit from this particular module. And yeah, till we meet again, we'll all just take a small break. Okay. Good night and bye, everyone. So slightly, the Vivek sir is slightly busy, so, and occupied with some personal commitments. So I'll be taking the last leg. I've seen what Vivek sir has covered through his classes. He has taken 2 or 3 classes, right? So I've just gone through his slides, whatever he has covered. So he has already covered a good amount of syllabus in the last phase. So to give the logical conclusion to the last phase of the Telangana movement, so I have decided to take it up, and I'll be closing it hopefully by today and tomorrow, because the first chapter was done. The second chapter also, some committees and all he has covered. So in the third chapter, he has covered some thinkers. So what I'll do is I'll do second, third, and then fourth and fifth we'll do, so that we will try to finish off the module hopefully by weekend. By any chance, if it is getting delayed, at least by next Wednesday, this will be covered. Only one class will be left. Anyhow, since already 80% of your portion is completed for Telangana movement, you will be very clear, and it's only 15 to 20% which will be completed. Don't worry about it. Okay. And then, as I told you, you please stay in that group. As on when I find any relevant material or some parts of any portion which I feel can go into detail, like some thinkers and all, I'll be directly sharing the Wikipedia links or any important aspects of Telangana movement. I'll be sharing there. And then we already have one Telegram group for groups. So there also, once the August comes, we'll be more active, because the October 16th is the scheduled due date for the prelims. So we'll definitely be more active there, and we'll be posting more current affairs related to Telangana, or any important articles, or any tentative areas where we feel the questions may be asked. We'll be trying to make that group also active. And then there was very good response from most of you with regard to the Telangana history and culture module. So we got close to 200 responses, and many out of 200, almost 85-90% are interested. So we'll definitely take it up. Telangana Culture and History module. It will be a very quick revision in around 20 hours. So it will be planned in the first week of August, because starting from 20th, I am launching a new module, which is specially for the modern India and post-independence. So the group students, civil students, anyone can attend it, because it's basically a revision module for around 14 to 15 hours. And then we'll be covering more than 65-70 questions. 60 questions, 65 questions will be covering across modern India and post-independence, and you will be revising the entire syllabus also in question and answers format. So you'll be very clear as to how to write an answer. So that is the target of this post-independence and modern India module. And one Telangana, because post-independence and modern India is very much there in your mains also. In group 1 mains also, it is very much part of the portion. And then we'll definitely in the August first week, we'll be doing the module for Telangana history and culture. Okay, already the proper flyer and all will be coming out very soon, and it will be reaching to you very soon. So first week of August is our intended date. From there 20 hours. So by mid-August, we'll be trying to finish it off. So on that note, let's start our class today. Yeah. So we'll just see about this particular chapter where certain parts were not covered for you people in the previous classes by both the faculties. So the importance is, we have seen, when we just finish off our second phase of Telangana movement, the conclusion was that up to 1999, the vision document given by Chandrababu Naidu, and how extensively the Andhra Pradesh was borrowing, and the fiscal status of Andhra Pradesh was becoming very dicey. Okay, and most of the policies were being directed by the World Bank, and aggressive privatization and PSU was going on. And many state PSUs of Telangana or Andhra, as a matter of fact, were being privatized. Some of the notable privatization were of Nizam Sugars and other industries, prominent industries. And we have seen how the Bashir Bagh firing incident was a blot on the TDP government, because it was basically a firing on the farmers, and they were protesting against the raising electricity charges. So all these were creating a kind of panic in the entire state with regard to the privatization. And also the vision document, which was not convincing enough for the people of Telangana, or as a matter of fact, for the people of United State of Andhra Pradesh. In this context, we have also seen that many intellectuals in Telangana felt again they were being sidelined after the advent of TDP into power from 1980s to 1994, or in fact 2005, the 2 decades, how the development was just happening across the state with Hyderabad centric focus, and it was impacting the real estate, the movie field, everything it was impacting, and a lot of investments were coming from Andhra, and they were being channelized into a capital centric approach. This fruits of development did not come to Telangana, and we have seen injustice meted out. In this context, KCR, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, in 1998-2000, he has decided that he'll come out of the TDP government. He was in fact the deputy speaker of assembly. He came out why he has come out is a very political debated issue. Some say because he was not given minister berth, etc., etc. But for all practical reasons, he has come out of the TDP regime and announced the formation of Telangana Rashtra Samiti, and instantly this particular formation of TRS was supported by many intellectuals of Telangana, including Professor Jaishankar. And if you see, there is a famous speech of KCR where he goes on and speaks about the formation of TRS party. Did we see this speech? Yes or no?
You want real housewives? Hey, you has real housewives. These women are nuts.
Did you see this speech anytime in the class, Kaushik? Okay. Because the third phase of movement is more about KCR and his politics and etc. Are you able to see the video, YouTube video? Is the screen sharing available in this video also? Okay. You see, this is the TRS party formation 2001. This is the first speech of KCR.
రాష్ట్ర సాధన కోసం సాగినటువంటి సమరంలో డబ్బులు పనిచేయాలండి, డబ్బులు పనిచేయాలండి. లాఠీ చార్జీలకు గురి అయ్యారు. అదేవిధంగా వాళ్ళతో వాళ్ళు కూడా చేయాలి కదా. ఒక నిమిషం క్లియర్ అయిపోతుంది. ఎన్నికలు అలంకరించవలసిందిగా విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నాం. వాగ్దానాలు హయాంలో ఆంధ్రలో విలీనం చేసిన నాడు
You see from here.
తెలంగాణకు జరిగినటువంటి అన్యాయాల పరంపర, తెలంగాణను ఆంధ్రలో విలీనం చేసిన నాడు చేసిన వాగ్దానాలు, నీరు రాకపోతున్నటువంటి పరంపర, ప్రభుత్వ హయాంలో పరాకాష్ఠకు చేరినటువంటి వివక్ష, సంస్కరణల పేరిట తెలంగాణ రైతాంగానికి, తెలంగాణ విద్యార్థికి, తెలంగాణ కార్మిక లోకానికి విధించబడుతున్నటువంటి ఉరి తాళ్ళు.
Samskaranalo means reforms. So he is speaking about the reforms of privatization. You see the continuity, what we are speaking in our lectures or the classes are the same as to what are the issues which are being raised by the leaders. Okay.
ఇటువంటి పరిస్థితుల నేపథ్యంలో సంయుక్త ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో తెలంగాణ అభివృద్ధి సాధించేటటువంటి ఆస్కారం కనుకోకు మేరలో కూడా లేదనేటువంటి నిశ్చితాభిప్రాయానికి వచ్చి తెలంగాణ అభివృద్ధి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో మాత్రమే సాధ్యం అనేటటువంటి సుదనిశ్చయానికి వచ్చి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సాధన కోసం ఉద్యమించడం కోసం ఈనాటి ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సమితి ఆవిర్భావాన్ని నేను మీ అందరి హర్షపానుల మధ్య ప్రకటిస్తున్నాను. తెలంగాణ పులిబిడ్డలు వీర పోరాటాలు చేసి తెలంగాణ వాళ్ళు ప్రశ్నిస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. అయ్యా ఏం ముఖ్యమంత్రి నిలబెట్టి అప్పుడు తమరే చెప్పింది కదా.
So you saw the basic grievance for the formation of the TRS party is the reforms taken up. What he said, the injustice being meted out to Telangana has reached the pinnacle in the present government. So who was the government in 2001? The TDP government. So what Mr. KCR is claiming is that the reforms taken up during this time are a big dent to Telangana, and hence we feel the future of Telangana is not secure in the United State of Andhra Pradesh. So that was the initial momentum for TRS to establish itself. Coming to the part, we all know how TRS later has gone to the fight of Telangana. Initially in 2004, they have gone and tied up with Congress. They have gone into the poll alliance with the Congress, and 2004 there was a lot of anti-incumbency and resistance for TDP to come back. So they were outvoted and Congress came into picture. When Congress came into picture, YS Rajshekar Reddy was made the CM. So TRS was gone with poll alliance with Congress, who have promised the Telangana. But we all know the political equations which happened from 2004 to 2009. In 2009, KCR did not want to go with the Congress because they have not given Telangana even after 5 years. In this aspect, they have come with a concept called Mahakutami, where the TDP, TRS and the CPI come together and they form this Mahakutami and contest the 2009 elections together. So the 2009 elections, though there was a little bit of anti-incumbency for the Congress sailed through with 150 seats. This Mahakutami hardly could get 106, 107 seats. And Congress, with the help of other independents and Majlis parties, established the government at the state. And even at the central, it was UPA government. So when Rajshekar Reddy was there, Rajshekar Reddy was not inclined or favorable for the creation of Telangana. In 2009, I still remember that the poll in the United State of Andhra Pradesh was decided in 2 phases. The first phase was only Telangana seats, which is 119 seats. The second phase was Rayalaseema and Andhra seats. So in that first phase, the campaign of Congress was all about giving assurance to Telangana people that once they come into power, they are going to form Telangana. In the second phase, where 175 seats are there, and it's a very big number, there is extremely antagonizing speech so where he goes on to say that in case Telangana is formed, we need visas. Anyhow, I think that is not found. Where the YSR says, if Telangana is formed, we need to give visas to Andhra people to enter Hyderabad. So very abnormal statements were given during that campaign, and as a result, the wedge was driven between Telanganites and Andhra people. Andhra people were forced to vote for Congress. As a result, Congress sailed through, and we all know that after the elections, unfortunately, YSR died in a helicopter crash. Okay, of course, very unfortunate, because he was an incumbent CM and he passed away in a helicopter crash. And then when Mr. Roshaya was made the CM. During that time, KCR has launched the first fast for Telangana. So why I am giving all this context is you should know the flow. Okay, I can straight away say, let's see about fast unto death by KCR, but you should understand the context, because in 2002, 2004 he sailed with Congress. In 2009 he sailed with TDP. So when there was confusion in the state, and when Mr. Roshaya was the CM of Andhra Pradesh, United Andhra Pradesh, KCR has taken up this fast unto death. He has announced in the November month of 2009. And I still remember in the 2009 year, there was extremely devastating floods of the Tungabhadra. Very rare. The floods were really severe, and it happened in this monsoon season only. And the severity of floods was so much so that almost the Srisalam project was threatened. The Karnool, the famous Mantralayam temple, all these, the Tungabhadra flood was very severe, and Mehboob Nagar, Raichur, Karnool, all these areas were completely submerged, lot of damage and all. So once the state could get out of that, immediately KCR has launched this fast unto death, and it was a very, very huge moment. So we were in the student days during that time. So, and we could know the impact of that, because we had the academic years being impacted also because of Telangana movement, but we could also see that the impact of the movement. We could feel that movement, and the movement which started in 2009 and has unhinderedly gone up to 2014. So KCR is definitely a tall figure in Telangana movement, in the third phase of Telangana movement, because he led it from the front, and he was taking up various movements at various points of time. Undoubtedly, the people of Telangana are the actual heroes, because they supported, and as we go on with this topic, we'll see that many people supported through protest, through Rasta Roko, Rail Roko, and then the Sakala Jamunula Same and many youth have sacrificed their valuable lives. Okay, the Sakara Janla Samay was a big bolt from the blue for the central government. I still remember 40-45 days, everything came to stand still in Telangana. So the Telangana was formed on many sacrifices and a very young state with so much of sacrifices. So all these are the third phase becomes important because it is an immediate thing. See, even in history, ancient, medieval, and modern. Modern is very important. Why? Because modern is something which has happened very recently and there is a proper proof and document for it. Similarly, 2009 to 2014 Telangana movement is important because so much happened in that time. We recall everything. What happened in 1969, we may not know that much in detail because we see that there are some gaps when why the gentleman's agreement came into picture, why suddenly 1969 movement was shelved. All this we do not know, but by 2009 there was a lot of awareness on this movement and there is a lot of data on this movement. So in that context, let's look. Now that the context is clear, everything will be very smooth. Is it clear? Okay. Now coming to fast unto death by KCR. So KCR has announced in 2009 that he is going to take up the cause of formation of Telangana and going for fast unto death. So he has announced it beforehand. He started from Karimnagar and he has gone up to Siddipet, okay, where he was supposed to take the fast unto death. But what the government felt is that there was already certain Telangana sentiment in the region of Telangana. They felt Khammam being very close to the coastal Andhra region, there is no sentiment for Telangana. So let's move Mr. KCR to Khammam. And then they have taken KCR via road to Khammam and they have put n number of cases against KCR, many criminal cases, non-bailable cases that is impacting the law and order. He is doing that, who is doing this, everything, all criminal cases they have filed against KCR. And they have, while KCR has requested them, the magistrate, to be moved to Hyderabad jail, that is Chenchalguda jail, he was moved to a very remote jail in Khammam district, which was called Devayagudam district prison. Okay, in that prison he was moved. But KCR was very adamant with his decision. He said he will not withdraw from the fast unto death because he was very clear that he wants to go for the cause of Telangana. Okay, so he continued the hunger strike even in the Devayagudam jail. So when the leader was on strike or when he was on hunger strike, this news of KCR being on hunger strike in the jail spread like a wildfire. Okay, it spread like a wildfire and the fire came up to Usmania students. The fire came up to Usmania students who started protesting, who started opposing the policy of the government of Andhra Pradesh and the treatment being meted out to the KCR. In such context, the leader of OU Students Union, the Balka Suman, he is presently MLA in the TRS government, Balka Suman, he protested along with the group of leaders in Usmania and he was beaten very brutally by the police. That video is really, even today, it is very much there in the YouTube, I think, how Balka Suman was beaten by the police. Okay. And it was a very emotional video. You see, I think this is the video. How he was beaten. He was very badly beaten. And then at that time, there were already certain electronic media which belonged to the Telangana region and that was being shown to the people of Telangana and they became much more emotional about the Telangana movement. That it became like a emotion for people in Telangana, because okay, if we are asking Telangana and they are going to beat us, is it that how they are going to treat? So let's retaliate more. And in that process, students became very violent. They started burning the RTC buses. And as a result, the entire Telangana, because of the fast unto death by KCR, came into the life. And also the treatment being meted out to Balka Suman and other students. These two important issues and Telangana sentiment in general have created a lot of momentum, and the entire movement now got spread across the Telangana. And to show solidarity and support to KCR, who is doing fast unto death in the Devaigudam prison, there people started doing relay hunger strikes. Relay hunger strike, you know, right? One after the other. For example, I'll do hunger strike for 3 hours. Later, someone will do it for 3 hours or half day. So these are relay, like relay race. One will do hunger strike and pass the baton to the another. So entire state was doing the relay hunger strike and doing that. In this one, unfortunate thing was in LB Nagar near the Ambedkar statue. In LB Nagar junction, this person Srikant Chari was a student. He came by pouring kerosene onto himself, and then in the public, while everyone was seeing, he just set fire for himself. Okay, he set fire, and many people tried to douse the fire, and he was admitted in Apollo DRDO. Okay, and he fought with life, and then finally he died. And a very, very emotional issue, because see, these are something which I can very much connect to, because all this happened when I was in my engineering, and we were all very much conscious about this movement. So it was a very moving thing, because a student who has so much of future, his parents are depending on him, and of course the cause for he has died is a very great cause in the context of Telangana formation. But then students taking life for for any reason was a very big setback for the uh, people who are seeing that. So very moving incident. This moved the entire Telangana, because first of all, Telangana was unhappy with the treatment meted out to KCR, then the treatment meted out to Balka Suman, and now the unfortunate death of Srikant Chari, who succumbed to the burns, and this created a huge impact. And immediately hundreds of students gone to Secunderabad railway station, Kachigoda railway station, and they have gone to do the rail rokos, buns, and the main expresses like Duronto Express, Telangana Express, all the expresses were stopped and they could not proceed any further. And in supporting KCR, many other students also jumped in, some jumped into the Karimnagar lake, and some people killed themselves, some people hanged themselves, some people wrote on the note that I am with KCR in this noble cause of Telangana. Of course, if you see in many videos, KCR himself condemns and asks the students not to die. He says that you please support me, but don't take away your life, because no one wants anyone to take away life. The cause may be any noble thing, but life is a much more precious thing, and people are fighting. Already your leader is fighting, and in that support you can do anything, but taking away your life in supporting of your leader is much more worse. Much more worse in the sense means people who are depending on you are actually feeling bad. Okay, in this context, when the movement was becoming very severe, what happened is, when in this, he was moved to the hospital because the health of KCR was becoming slightly critical. He was moved to the hospital from the Devaigudam jail, and this hospital, he was actually offered certain fruit juice. Okay, so there are again many versions about this, so we'll not debate about the if he really drank the fruit juice, or someone offered him, or someone cheated him. So obviously the textbook says that he was not told that it is fruit juice and all. So we'll not go into the detail, but somehow a video came out of KCR drinking fruit juice in the hospital, and it was announced by someone, not directly by KCR. It It was announced by, because he was unable to speak and he was not in proper health at that point of time. It was announced by KCR that it was not. It was announced by someone that KCR has withdrawn the hunger strike. So you see the build up to the episode. KCR being not treated properly, Suman not being treated properly, and then already people like Srikanthachari have taken off their lives. Many other people jumped and some people hanged. They took away their lives. Already the momentum was extremely building up, and the leader for this movement was KCR. And if the leader himself is withdrawing from the movement, it is a very big setback to the entire movement. What happened is, when KCR withdrew, when the message came that KCR is withdrawing from the movement, Usmania students and other students became very, very angry. They have gone to the campuses, they have gone to other places, and they burnt the effigies of KCR, saying that KCR down, down. How can you say this? How can you go back on your promise of fast unto death? What about the students who have died because supporting you? What about the students who have protested and got injured because of you? So then there were so many questions, and finally KCR, after 1 or 2 days, he came into the media and said, I have not withdrawn my fast unto death. I'll be continuing my hunger strike. And then with that, again, the impetus of the movement started. But in this process, KCR's health got deteriorated. Okay, when it got deteriorated, he was moved to NIMS, okay, on the direction of National Human Rights Commission. Okay, because the National Human Rights Commission, the KCR children approached Human Rights Commission and also petitioned the Home Minister Sabita Indra Reddy at that point of time. So on all people's advice, he was moved to the NIMS hospital. Okay, there he was again treated, but he was clearly continuing fast unto death. Okay, the Srikanthachari death created a kind of agony among students who decided to attack the assembly. And in this process, police have taken the students into custody and filed many cases against them. And also many youth took away their lives in the cause of Telangana. And when KCR was still continuing the fast unto death in NIMS, people took up Rasta Rokos, agitations. They showed public unity to support the key cause of Telangana. And many senior leaders from Congress party, BJP party, TDP party, and including the chief minister have gone and visited KCR in NIMS and asked him and requested him to withdraw from the hunger strike. But he was not yielding. And there was also a big Dhoom Dham. Dhoom Dham is a cultural festival. We all know what is Dhoom Dham. So when there was Dhoom Dham at NIMS and there was portrayal of Telangana culture in support of KCR, there are many plays going on, many folk songs are always going on. So in this context, Congress MLAs have written a letter to Sonia Gandhi. Madam, the situation is really serious in Telangana. The strike taken up, the fast unto death taken up by KCR is becoming very hit. It is becoming a big hit in the Telangana people, and the sentiment is now building up very strongly. The need of the hour is to kindly look into the issue of Telangana, and you need to grant separate state, no doubt about it. And there was an announcement from NIMS saying that KCR has become critical. Immediately students now have gone berserk. They have gone and burnt RTC buses. They have gone and damaged the Andhra boards. Wherever the Andhra bank was there, they have removed that and put Telangana bank. And then they have demolished hotels owned by Andhra proprietors, shopping malls owned by Andhra proprietors. Okay, and then even some Telangana leaders who were empathizing with the United States, their houses were also attacked very badly, and everything was being attacked, and a lot of violence prevailed in Telangana, which caused a kind of unrest, not only in the state of the Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, but also at the center. So in this violence issue, the Congress MPs have gone and met Manmohan Singh. They have requested, sir, the situation is very serious in Telangana region. You have to do something. And they have then met the leader of opposition, L.K. Advani. Okay. In this context, the Roshaya, who was the chief minister at that point of time, he conveyed the all-party meeting. And in this, the all parties have agreed to support that if Telangana bill comes to the assembly, we will all support for the passage of the bill. And Professor Jaishankar went to Delhi and met Chidambaram, and Chidambaram was informed. Chidambaram, Sonia Gandhi, all people were informed about the all-party meeting. So Roshaya has briefed them about the all-party meeting and how all parties are agreeing for the acceptance of Telangana in case a bill comes into the Assembly of United States of Andhra Pradesh. So based on all these facts, Mr. P. Chidambaram has come out in the media and announced the formation of Telangana on the midnight of 9th December 2009. He announced the formation of Telangana, and based on his announcement, KCR has withdrew his fast unto death. But there were immediately dramatic events which are unfolding. They were planned or unplanned, or they were instant reactions, we don't know. But from the 10th morning onwards, there was a lot of violence in the Andhra region in support of United Andhra Pradesh and against the formation of Telangana. And this was a very big setback for Telangana's cause, because after having so much fight, on 9th December, Congress has announced the formation of Telangana, the central government. And because of the strikes and continuous things, on 23rd December, P. Chidambaram has come back into the press and media, said that when I made the announcement of 9th December, the issue was different. Today, the issue is different. Now the issue is much more complicated, complex, and hence we are not in a position to decide on the formation of state of Telangana. And I am appointing Sri Krishna committee to look into the issues of Telangana and the Andhra region and submit as a report. And then he has gone back. So this was a big shocker. You announce the state, there is some violence in the other region, you go back and then give a committee, you form a committee with indefinite timeline. Now, what is the timeline? When is it going to be formed? No one knows. And this created a lot of panic in Telangana people. And then they formed this first time, the Joint Action Committee. So a lot of NGOs, including KCR and other associations, approached Professor Jaishankar and said, sir, you please lead this JAC. And it was Professor Jaishankar who has given the name of Professor Kodandram to become the chairman of the JAC. And then the JAC was formed after the announcement of 23rd December by the P. Chidambaram. Is it clear the sequence of events and the unfolding of how December 9th and December 23rd became crucial?
Silence! Please wait for your turn. Good morning, you're watching NDTV 24/7, our top story. Andhra Pradesh will be split into two states. The centre has given in to the demand for a separate state of Telangana. The decision was announced at the stroke of midnight by Home Minister P. Chidambaram right after
the stroke of midnight, you remember?
the Prime Minister and Sonia Gandhi met Andhra Chief Minister K. Rosaya. They met the Chief Minister after 2 rounds of late-night talks with Andhra in charge A.K. Antony, Law Minister Veerappa Moily, Political Advisor to Sonia Gandhi Ahmed Patel, and Home Minister P. Chidambaram. TRS Chief K. Chandrasekhar Rao has now broken his 11-day fast and thanked the Chief Minister for the decision. As the announcement was made in New Delhi, there was an outpouring of celebrations in the Telangana region
You can see the KCR in NIMS hospital.
of Andhra Pradesh, with the students of Osmania University calling off their agitation. The protest march to the Andhra Assembly that the students had called will now be a victory march. Andhra Pradesh has been on the edge for several days now, with the agitation led by Osmania University students intensifying every day.
The process of forming the state of Telangana will be initiated. An appropriate resolution will be moved
This was in the late night of 2009 December, 9th December.
in the state assembly. We have requested the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh to withdraw the cases filed on or after November 29, 2009 against all the leaders, students, and others associated with the present agitation. The Chief Minister has informed us that he will take the necessary steps in this regard.
5 దశాబ్దాల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల పోరాటం తర్వాత ఈరోజు కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు అధికారికంగా ప్రారంభిస్తామని ప్రకటన చేయడం జరిగింది. అనేక త్యాగాలు జరిగినాయి. వారందరికీ కూడా నేను చేతులెత్తి వినయపూర్వక నమస్కారం చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అన్నిటికన్నా కూడా నాకు చాలా చాలా మంది యువ మిత్రులు, విద్యార్థి మిత్రులు, అనేక మంది అభిమానులు, పార్టీ కార్యకర్తలు కొట్టుకోవడం జరిగింది. శివయాత్ర ద్వారా తెలంగాణ రావాలనుకున్నాం తప్ప.
Cuba.com.
An appropriate resolution will be moved in the State Assembly. We have requested the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh to withdraw the cases filed on or after November 29, 2009 against all the leaders, students, and others.
So this was December 9th.
డిసెంబర్ 9న ప్రకటన తర్వాత ఆంధ్రాలో రాజకీయ పరిస్థితులు ఒక్కసారిగా మారిపోయాయి. పార్టీల మాటలు మార్చాయని చిదంబరం ఈ ప్రకటనలో తెలిపారు. విస్తృత చర్చల తర్వాతే తెలంగాణపై కేంద్రం నిర్ణయం తీసుకుంటుందన్నారు.
At a meeting of all political parties convened by the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh on December 7, 2009, a consensus emerged on the question of formation of a separate state of Telangana. A statement was made on behalf of the central government on December 9, 2009, on receipt of the minutes of the meeting. However, after the statement, the situation in Andhra Pradesh has altered. A large number of political parties are divided on the issue. There is a need to hold wide-ranging consultations with all political parties and groups in the state. Government of India will take steps to involve all concerned in the process. Meanwhile, it is necessary that peace and harmony are restored in Andhra Pradesh and the state government is allowed to focus on governance and development.
కేంద్ర హోంమంత్రి మూడో స్టేట్మెంట్. డిసెంబర్ 9 ప్రకటన గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్న వాళ్ళు డిసెంబర్ 23 ప్రకటనను కూడా గుర్తుంచుకోవాలని సూచించారు. తెలంగాణపై ఏకాభిప్రాయం కోసం ప్రయత్నిస్తున్నట్టు చెప్పారు.
For the last time, let me say that the 9th December was not the statement of an individual. The 9th December statement was a statement made on behalf of the government. But On 23rd December, government issued another statement why it had to put the 9th December on hold and start a process of consultation. So whenever you refer to the December 9 statement, kindly also refer to the December 23 statement.
Is it clear? I hope you all understand the Telugu, but most of the thing is in English only. Is it clear? You understood how the sequence changed? Okay. So see, one reason why many people thought the Congress has gone back after announcing the 9th December is all logical reasons were at the time Congress had significant number of MPs. Okay. And around 18 to 19 MPs from state of from the region of Andhra. And if they resign, and you know the coalition politics, right? It was UPA government. There were a lot of coalitions going on. It was UPA 2. So if there are any resignations from their own party, there was threat for the government to survive. Hence, they have been so skeptical about formation of Telangana. So it is seen and known that Sonia Gandhi was never against the formation of Telangana. Because of this political number game, she just postponed the formation of Telangana up to 2014, where the general elections were coming. Okay, so that is what some people try to analyze. Okay, whatever. So those are the political dimensions. We will not think about it. But I hope you are clear about the logical sequence of events. Clear? And this question, I think you can answer. Explain the sequence of events which prompted the center to declare the formation of Telangana on 9th December 2009. Even if you see the 3 minutes video, you can easily answer. What KCR said was the logical sequence of events which forced the government to declare the formation of Telangana. Clear? And then the role of political parties. So we all know that when the Telangana movement was announced, okay, when the Telangana struggle was announced, as you see what Chidambaram was saying, there was an all-party meeting on 7th of December 2009. Based on the minutes of that all-party meeting, we have gone forward and announced the formation of Telangana on 9th December. But the situation changed after formation of the announcement. And again on 23rd, we were forced to retract our statement and issue a fresh statement that the formation of Telangana is on hold. What happened in these 14 days is there was a lot of violence in Andhra region, and parties were now confused, especially statewide politics, because TRS has nothing to lose. The main aim of TRS is formation of Telangana. But if you take Congress, TDP, BJP, all these parties are state level parties. Here, there was vertical split amongst the parties with regard to their MLAs, because they were supposed to honor their people in the constituencies. Okay, so it is a fact, it's not like the parties changed the stand. There are allegations that TDP changes stand and all, but all the state level parties were forced to have a mixed stand, because some of your MLAs are saying we don't want Telangana. Some of your MLAs are saying yes, we want Telangana. So amongst this confusion, the chief of the party also is confused. I hope you understand. So we'll just see the role of political parties. TRS, we all know it. The main agenda of the party was formation of Telangana. The very purpose of the birth of the party is for the formation of Telangana. In the final phase of the movement, it definitely played a crucial role, not only at the state level, even at the central level. It sent the MPs like B. Vinod Kumar, and KCR himself was a minister for some time. So they raised this point of Telangana in Lok Sabha many number of times. Coming to the Congress. Congress, we all know in 1969, it did not support the cause of Telangana. And we all know the stand of Indira Gandhi. She was not inclined for the formation of separate Telangana. But in 1990s, some MLAs of Telangana came together in the Congress parties, and they have supported the idea of formation of Telangana, like G. Chinnareddy and other people. And in 2004, when Telangana TRS was part of the political alliance with Congress, it agreed for Telangana, but after coming to the power, it neglected the issue of Telangana. And as we just discussed, Sonia Gandhi was always inclined to the formation of Telangana, but it was the pressure from the local leaders here itself, like YSR and other leaders, who are not so much inclined to the formation of Telangana. They opposed it. And you see, she did not take it forward because she was afraid that if these guys go and resign, her government at the center would fall down. And hence, vexed up with the confusion of Congress, some leaders like Keshav Rao, who is now the chief advisor to the TRS party, they all resigned the Congress and joined TRS in around 2006-2007. Coming to the BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party. So in 2012, BJP was very clear. It was always for the formation of Telangana. But of course, even in the BJP, the people from the other region of the Andhra and Rayalaseema, they were never supporting the formation of Telangana, and they were putting the pressure on central leadership to not accept for the demand of Telangana. So Kishan Reddy, he has toured the entire Telangana region and gone on for hunger strike in 2012, and pressure from not other parties, pressure from other members of the party to not accept the Telangana state formation. But the Telangana BJP leaders were very strong, and they kept on insisting for the formation of Telangana region because they felt that the K. Chandrasekhar Rao had significant impact, and they did not want the entire Telangana credit to go to a single person. And finally, when the Telangana bill was put forth in Lok Sabha, many efforts were made to reach out to important leaders in that time, Sushma Swaraj and Rajnath Singh. Both of them agreed for supporting this particular issue in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and with the efforts of BJP, Telangana bill was passed. We all know that. And next, coming to the main party at that time in United Andhra Pradesh was Telugu Desam Party, TDP. Initially, it did not support the idea of Telangana. We know that. In 2004 also, it did not support the fight of Telangana, and it lost its majority. In 2009, it came together with TRS and the left parties and formed the Mahakutami. And as a part of Mahakutami, TDP has agreed for the formation of Telangana. And the minutes which Chidambaram is referring to on the 7th December, in that minutes, TDP has also signed that if any bill is put forth in the Telangana, in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly for the formation of Telangana, we will support it. And coming to the left parties, within left parties, there are various divisions. One is the CPI, one is the CPI-M. M means Maoist. So CPI, initially, they were very much clear with the Vishal Andhra region. In 2009, when they came into the alliance with TDP and TRS, they supported the Telangana region, Telangana formation. So CPIM always wanted to have united Andhra Pradesh, and their stand was same up to 2014. And coming to other parties like YSRCP and Lok Satta, which had, YSRCP was formed only after the death of Rajshekar Reddy. So Lok Satta was formed by Jayaprakash Narayan. Both of them, for obvious reasons, they did not want formation of Telangana. YSRCP obviously did not want the Telangana formation. Lok Satta, what it felt is, state bifurcation is not the only issue, because they felt there are many social indicators and social challenges which the Telugu states have to address before going for the bifurcation of the state. And AIMIM, that is the Majlis party, in their recommendations to the Sri Krishna committee, they gave for the Rayala Telangana, that is Rayalasima and Telangana together, and they were not for the exclusive Telangana. Role of political parties is clear. Okay, so in this context, there was a Telangana Praja Front. So now, when in 2009, December 23rd, when the announcement was pulled back by the Congress, so sorry, by the UPA government, Telangana now braced itself for a very long struggle once again, maybe in the lines of 1969. They now understood that by hook or crook we have to keep fighting. And now there is a hint that if we fight, the government may yield. So in this context, Telangana Praja Front was formed by a person named Gaddar. We all know Gaddar. He is a very popular singer and activist in Telangana politics. He formed this Telangana Praja Front in 2010. He thought it will become an alternative to the TRS party, and it will also have significant say in the formation of Telangana. But unfortunately, it could not take off to the extent what he imagined. In 2012, he has announced his resignation from this TPF, and he said that yes, we could not rise to the extent of TRS, hence we are not continuing as a separate entity. And one more important organization or front formed was Telangana United Front, which was formed by Arunodaya Vimalakka, and the chairman for this front was Chairman Professor Keshav Jadhav. Okay, Keshav Jadhav. So they wanted to fight for the United Front of Telangana, and they have taken up many cultural and society issues, but then they were not having similar political appeal like the TRS. And not only these kind of friends, many caste groups, we all know that every caste has its own association, any union, and these many caste groups also came forward to fight for the cause of the Telangana. Okay, some of the important caste groups are Lambada Hakkula Porata Samiti, Lambadas or the Banjaras, and then the Erkula Hakkula Porata Samiti, Adivasa Hakkula Porata Samiti, Golla Kurma Hakkula Porata Samiti, Gaudejana Hakkula Porata Samiti, Chakali Hakkula Porata Samiti, Mala Samara Beri, Munuru Kapu, okay, Vadera. So various castes which were prominent in the region of Telangana, through their casteist associations, have supported for the cause of Telangana. So in a whole, the momentum is now again getting created in Telangana to take this struggle much deeper and much forward. Okay. And this is the police action on OU students, which made the OU campus into a battlefield. Okay, on 15th of February. So what happened is the OU students, okay, OU students were protesting for the formation of Telangana. Okay, they were supporting the formation of Telangana and organizing a protest in that regard, and it was a peaceful protest. But then the police, if you see Usmania University, the police station is right at the end of the university campus. Okay, and the arts college is generally the epicenter for this particular Telangana movement. Okay, so whenever there was any Telangana movement or any students demanding for Telangana. The entrance, the OU has one entrance, one arch entrance. The other at the dead end of this entrance before the FLU college, we have the police station. So what police used to do is they used to stop, barricade both the gates. Even now, when there is some sensitive issues in OU, these two gates are barricaded. The entire thing between these two gates is the university. I don't know if you people know it or not. So between that, when people were doing the peaceful protest, the gates of Usman University were closed and police started, police were trying to block the students, but somehow some students pelted stone onto this police, and the police started lathi charge and they started bashing the students and hitting them and injured many students. And as a result, many leaders who got really serious about issue, including Chukka Ramaya, okay, they've gone to the Home Minister and complained to her against the attitude of police against the student. So then Home Minister Savita Indra Reddy, she asked for a report from the police commissioner. At that time, police commissioner was A.K. Khan. So he has submitted a report to her, and then she has asked that you should not resort to the violence against the students. You be patient with them and all. So students were very annoyed that their peaceful protests are also being misused by the police to attack them. So on 20th of February, the JAC, the Joint Action Committee of the students, planned for the seizure of assembly, and they have gathered in huge number in Usman University to move towards the assembly. And then police have come into this picture and they have taken many students into custody and arrested them. And later, of course, they have been released, but this particular movement was watered down. In meanwhile, what happened? Another person who was not happy with the treatment being meted out to the OU students and how police were treating the students, he called Sripuram Yadaya. He burned himself, and unfortunately, like Srikant Chari, he also succumbed to the deaths. So this was also one more moving incident in 2013 where students were protesting, police were attacking them, and before anything was happening, this person succumbed to the burns. And knowing this particular episode of Sripuram Yadaya dying and then the wrong treatment being meted out to OU students, the Nizam College also became very violent. And seeing that their fellow students are suffering and the cause of Telangana is going nowhere at that point of time, and they felt many students again committed a lot of suicides, close to 885 students. Okay, from 2009 to 2012, close to 885 students took away their lives. Of course, 885 people, most of them were students who took away their lives. And then in 1952 to 2014, more than 300 people died in police firing. We have seen, right, how frequently the police firing was happening during the 1969 movement. Okay, so how frequently the police firing happened in Go Back Mulki movement. So Go Back Non-Mulkis, all these were happening. So many people died in police firing, many people committed suicide, and many people gave up their lives for this cause of Telangana. And it still remains a very big blot in the great struggle for Telangana, because any struggle is definitely noble, but when we lose precious lives in that struggle, it is going to haunt very badly. And that's why, the Amaravira Stupam or the so-called this thing should be definitely, because Telangana is led by few important people, no doubt about it. But if not for these noble sacrifices, people, students, okay, they have just like that taken away their lives. Okay, today we are sitting happily and then we are discussing so much about Telangana's history, Telangana geography, Telangana culture. Okay, and then finally the so much awaited Group 1 exam of Telangana all this is happening, but the people who actually aspired to see all this happening gave up their lives. Many people, hundreds of people. See, the official stats are only 885. We do not know how many else have taken away their precious lives. So at least as a state which is built on the steps of the sacrifice, we have to do something for these noble sacrifices. Okay. So that is about your third chapter of the last phase. So we are done. We are left with only 2 chapters. We'll do them as soon as possible, if required tomorrow, and if it is missing tomorrow, I'll tell you. So any doubts with regard to this? Any doubt? Why many students see actually emotion, right, Kaushik? See, at the time you are a fellow student. See, I was a student at that point of time, but the emotional agony was so much. We were engineering students, and OU Engineering College is at the start of the campus. Okay, and then at the last, Arts College is at the middle, and at the end, before the FLU, you have the police station. So, and we were not, of course, in the OU College of Engineering, but we had so many friends in OU College of Engineering. We were regularly meeting, and we were all in our 3rd year, 4th year of engineering, and there is a very big struggle happening. Okay, and then we know that the struggle is a genuine struggle which is happening, and some people are emotional, some people are emotionally balanced, some people are very emotional. For example, people like Sri Kanchari, they took it to their heart. Like, if not now, when KCR is also on the deathbed, no one is accepting Telangana. And so when my fellow students are being beaten, no one is accepting Telangana. So it's like emotional people, emotional students who are genuinely there for the cause of Telangana, and they are unable to bear the discrimination. Sometimes out of emotion, they took away their lives. And if you remember, throughout the struggle or the movement, no leader supported students to take their lives. They said, please don't do this. We are with you. Let's come together and fight. This was the slogan given by all the leaders, right from KCR, Kishan Reddy, Congress leaders, people who are at power, because you don't want people to take away their precious lives. But then there are people who are really emotional, and they believe that, I cannot see this injustice happening to Telangana, and then they have taken away lives. And we know, some of our friends also lost their lives in this noble cause. So we can connect to that pain, because yeah, everyone have that belongingness, but some people feel extremely more belonging, and in that process they are emotionally connected and take away their lives. But then that is not the solution. Okay, let's be honest, that is not the solution at all. Taking away lives is not a solution. You have to keep and fight. So this is the question, basic question I have given. It's a very easy thing. Is it clear, Kaushik? Even if you say, even in the exam, if they are asking you about the suicides of the students, take a stand that suicide was not the best solution, because you should not look at someone who's supporting suicides. However, the cause is noble, no doubt about it. Okay. Many people lost lives even during the national independence. Okay, but that was not suicide. So we generally don't want to support suicides. So you can take a stand. While many people have unfortunately lost their lives, their precious lives, suicide definitely is not a solution in the great fight. And just imagine, poor guys, if they are alive after 2014, in within 3 or 4 years, they could see their dream come true, right? And people like Srikantachari or the other person, Siripuram Yadaya, who have burned themselves, hardly, they were all 22, 23, that age. Even if they are alive today, they could have written group 1 exam. And of course, it's not a humor, but then they could have seen the Telangana, they could have participated in the progress of Telangana. And yes, their passion to serve Telangana would have been somehow the other way rewarded, right? So unfortunate. It's just unfortunate and an emotional decision. So this is a question which I am trying to give very clear, and there is a lot of material. What is the role played? I think this question will definitely come in the exam, because obviously the government is TRS government and they want to show themselves as they of course played important role. So obviously they want to discriminate or distinguish what is the role played by the TRS party and other parties. So definitely these kind of questions will come. While answering these questions, be careful. Don't take a radical stand that that party is good, this party is great. You can say, yes, obviously TRS role will be more because the party's philosophy itself is Telangana. Okay. Congress, BJP or TDP are state level parties at that point of time. So obviously their role will be vertically split only. So we cannot expect them to outrightly come and support Telangana, which they did actually on December 7, 2009. But then they have gone back because of the various reasons. Again, if you ask Telangana people, they'll say the entire December 9 to December 23rd events which happened in Andhra were motivated or politically motivated movements. So we'll not go into that politics, okay? Because there are always two sides of the coin, your side, my side, and what is the true side. But then whatever happened is happened. We are just trying to know what is the history. We are just trying to know what is the flow. We are just trying to know what is the role. We are just trying to know what are the various aspects and then trying to conclude. Clear? Anything else? Jaber and Pratibha? Fine then, you'll get the information about the next class in the group. Okay, so we are hardly left with 5 to 10% of the portion. Don't worry, it will be completed. Okay, we have assured that we'll complete the portion. We'll complete the portion. Okay, so okay, we'll meet again. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. So today is officially our last session for this topic, Telangana movement and state formation. Okay. We'll just discuss some aspects of cultural revivalism, and a lot of aspects regarding cultural revivalism were discussed by Vivek sir in one of his classes. I've seen the PPT. Okay, so Yeah, sorry. So I've seen that some amount of cultural revivalism was, and the role of intellectuals and some data about intellectuals is already given in classes covered by Vivek sir PPT. So I've seen that, and wherever there is some depth of, there are any gaps with regard to his notes, I've taken this topic and expanded it. So mainly we will be focusing on the last chapter. So last chapter, if you see, textbooks are all giving some normal timeline and all. Personally, I felt for the last topic, which is the timeline of, sequence of events for the formation of Telangana, the best source is Wikipedia. I've seen textbooks also. Some textbooks are having printing mistakes, and then some are exaggerating sometimes. So best source is Wikipedia, and I have also made my notes on Wikipedia. And then wherever some intellectuals are missing, their role or their regarding is missing, in this PPT only I have given direct links about their online content. You can simply click that and the entire notes will be visible for you. Entire page will be visible. And then the similar exercise I will be following after this last session. Wherever I am encountering any information related to Telangana movement and state formation, I'll definitely be posting the links in this group. Okay. So on that note, we'll just start the class today. So the first aspect is the cultural revivalism, because we have seen that KCR in 2001 and 2000 has formed this TRS party with a single motive of forming the Telangana. And then from the moment the Telangana agitation picked up in the 2000, the first decade of 2000, we as Telangana people wanted some identity. We have seen in 1970s how the Telugu Talli identity was created to suppress the Telangana identity, like the Telugu Talli statue near the secretariat, and then Ma Telugu Talliki Malapu Danda song which was written. All these kind of identities were created, which were later on the Telugu Mahasabhas, the Telugu Mahanadus, and then which were again supported by the TDP government, especially NTR, and the emphasis more was on the Telugu Jati, the feeling of Telugu Jati. But when the Telangana sentiment started to gain traction, so what Telangana people wanted is, they had to carve that identity within the United State of Andhra Pradesh to showcase that no, not all Telugus have same culture. The culture in Telangana is different from what is the Telugu culture. So we cannot attribute the culture of one or two districts of United Andhra Pradesh into the entire Andhra culture. And Telangana culture is completely different. So they have to reassert that cultural assertion, and in this process, the cultural revivalism took the center stage. So what was the main motive of cultural revivalism? To showcase that Telangana's culture is different, Telangana culture is unique, and Telangana has its own individual identity in Indian context. Okay, so that is the importance of cultural revivalism in Telangana. When we are demanding for a separate state, apart from so many these things like why the Mulki rules have been bypassed, while the water assurances were not met, employment assurances were not met, the extra surplus was being diverted to other districts of Andhra, all this was being done. Apart from these, we wanted to showcase that we are a different culture. In that context, you have to see the cultural revivalism. Is it clear? Fine. Now going forward, the first symbol of cultural revivalism of Telangana was the evolution of Telangana Talli. Because similar sentiment happened for Telugu Talli. We wanted to say that within Telugu Talli, there is Telangana Talli, and we wanted to unite all the Telanganites into the sentiment called Telangana Talli. We have Bharat Mata, we have Telugu Talli, and now Telangana Talli. You can see the sub-regional aspirations within that context. And then, so the concept was first introduced by an intellectual and a poet called Dasarathy Krishnamacharya. He first used the word Telangana Talli. And then KCR, when he took up this movement of TRS party, he wanted very badly the statue of Telangana Talli has to be, and the image of Telangana Talli has to be percolated into the minds of Telangana people so that everyone can relate to the emotion and sentiment of Telangana. In this context, he has called Mr. B.S. Ramulu and he asked him to get the design done. And Mr. B.S. Ramulu has gone to BVR Chari and asked him to give a computer design. And BVR Chari has designed some model of Telangana Talli and gave it to B.S. Ramulu. And he, along with Mr. Professor Gangadhar, they met the KCR in the big gathering of one of the social gatherings of TRS party, and they have shown the Telangana Talli image to KCR and other intellectuals. So there was some feedback given about how it should be done, what it should be done, and all. So the KCR wanted the Telangana Talli to be more grandeur, a lot of gold ornaments and all. So that feedback he has suggested. In this context, finally, B.S. Ramulu went back to the drawing board and came up with this particular Telangana Talli final shape and design. You see here, this is Telangana Talli. So basically you need to know, because there might be a question in prelims or even mains, because Telangana Talli is a very, very important cultural revival symbol for Telangana people. So you must be knowing what are there in her hand, right hand and left hand. So like this you must be knowing. So the qualities of Telangana Talli, basically it is said that she is wearing a handloom sari. Telangana is famous for handloom, especially Gadwal and Pochampalli, we all know that. So the sari is declared as a handloom sari. And then on the right hand, she is carrying the corn, maize. On the right hand, she is having maize. You can see the image in the PPT. On the right hand, she is having one maize. On the left hand, she is having Batukamma. Maize represents that Telangana is a dry land. Okay. And predominantly at that point of time, apart from paddy, even today, one of the commercial crop is maize. So maize is something which Telangana is known for because of black soil and other aspects. And on the left hand, the Batukamma, the favorite natural and the state festival of Telangana, is represented on the left hand of the Telangana Talli. And her rings, the 4 rings, and her ornaments represent that of a married woman. Okay, a married woman. And her toe rings, you can see the toe rings, right? Toe rings also represent the filigree of Karimnagar. Karimnagar is known for the silver filigree. We have discussed in our first chapter, if you remember. So the Karimnagar is known for silver filigree. And in this context, the toe rings are representing the filigree of Karimnagar. And then this was the first major cultural revival symbol by the Telangana. And in 2002, a person called Rasmai Balakishan and Anantadupula Nagaraj, these two people for the first time have introduced this concept of Dhoom Dham. When KCR was in the jail and all, KCR was in jail, we saw that this Dhoom Dham was being done in an aggressive way in 2009. So it started way back in 2002. Dhoom Dham is nothing but the cultural showcase of Telangana's folk culture and Telangana's songs and how Telangana's struggle has been traced throughout the years. And Similarly, one more concept called Alai Balai. It is specially done after Dasara. Alai Balai is the meeting of various religious and caste groups, specially done in the city of Hyderabad. It was being conducted by by Bandaru Dattatreya for many years. Okay, Alai Balai is also one of the cultural festival of Telangana. So once the Telangana demands peaked in 2009-10, all these things came up and all these things were regularly being showcased to the national stage and also to the entire people of Telangana, that yes, there is some important cultural difference and we are all staying and standing by that cultural difference. And in this context, a association called Telangana Jagruthi was formed by K. Kavita, who is the daughter of KCR. Even today, Telangana Jagruthi is a very big association having a lot of women from Telangana as its members, and the president is obviously K. Kavita. They have gone recently, and this Telangana Jagruthi, if you remember, in the very recent 2021, they have gone to Dubai, and on Burj Khalifa there was a Batukamma's image which was projected, and they have gone to Texas, they have gone to California, all the places, and even the foreigners played Batukamma. So Telangana Jagruti means the knowledge about Telangana's culture and the awareness about Telangana's culture. And then finally, we also have seen how the intellectuals, students, analysts, okay, many NGOs, okay, NRI groups, all these groups have come together for the noble cause of Telangana. So these are some links which I have provided. You can directly click the link. You can see here, and you'll be guided to the web page. Just have a reading, because this is something which you can easily recollect when you have a reading. You can simply click and you can have the entire article or the PDF. Okay, you can see Telangana Dhoomdham Utsavalu. Okay, you can just come to know that how this Dhoomdham has been done. Okay, very recently in 2012, it was done in support. You can see the singer Rasmai Balakishan. Okay, like the YouTube videos, you can just see it once. See TJSC Chairman Kodandaram, and all these news are coming because these are old news. You can just see them once about the Dhoomdham, the role of intellectuals, okay, and then the role of students. And I have given an article about the Rasmai Balakishan also, how he has come up with this article, how he has come up with this idea of Dhoomdham. Okay, and then you can see I have given an article link of writers and poets revolutionary about intellectuals of Telangana. And this final article is about the students' role in the Telangana movement, which was an international paper published in one of the famous journals. So such things will be very authentic without being exaggerated. You can just see that. Okay, clear about cultural revivalism? Fine. Coming to the peak movement, most of this text, in fact, I think the complete text I have taken from Wikipedia, and I have seen that Wikipedia is having very good write-up for the very recent aspects of Telangana movement. I've seen the textbooks, but compared to textbooks, I felt this matter I have directly copy pasted one because this is very important part as far as the exam is concerned. So I did not want to give some bullet points or like that. I wanted to give the complete information so that if you print this, whenever you print this, you can just go through the entire sequence of events and you will have very good image of what to write in the answer. And then I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 questions on this in the mains, because this is a very kind of contentious topic between Telangana and Andhra even today. The Sri Krishna Committee recommendations and how the process was followed, how the Andhra MPs reacted. It was a very episode of around 2 years in a struggle of 70 odd years. 2 years may be looking very small, but then the beauty is that these 2 years are so brisk pace, and each and every event was unfolding in such a way that finally it led to the formation of Telangana. So in the last class we have seen Chidambaram on December 23rd, he has gone back on his word of formation of Telangana and announced the formation of Sri Krishna Committee, and said that Sri Krishna Committee will function from now, and they will give recommendations, about the requirement of formation of Telangana. So completely retrogressive measure. And then this was shocking to Telangana people. What is this? This person gave 9th December, he has assured that Telangana is starting, and on 23rd he has gone back. Really pity. Then this committee was headed by a retired Chief Justice called B.N. Sri Krishna. So this committee, what it did, it toured all the regions of the state of Andhra Pradesh, the United Andhra Pradesh. Just like you can see, you can connect what Fazal Ali did and what Sri Krishna Committee did. So they also toured before the SRC recommendation. Here also, Chief Justice B.N. Sri Krishna toured the entire Andhra Pradesh to collect the opinions of various people. In this process, they have met lakhs of people, right, from public representatives, NGOs, common men, various forums, various associations, caste groups, political parties, corporators, grassroots level Democrats, everyone they have met. And they have sequentially collected the information regarding their own opinion, their own grievances, and recorded them in their summary. And on 16th of December 2010, after almost 1 year of effort, they have submitted their report to the central government. So TRS suspected some foul in the this Sri Krishna Committee report, and they said in this public meeting at Warangal that the time is now ripe. People are losing patience. The center should understand that, the requirement of Telangana is immediate. You cannot keep postponing in the names of committees. You please understand and please introduce the bill of Telangana in the parliament. Okay. And then they have gone to the extent of pleasing Sonia Gandhi if you will give the Telangana. Okay. And then when this report was released, and there was a summary of the findings of the report. Okay, it said that the most of the regions of Telangana were almost on par with the other regions of coastal Andhra or Rayalaseema with regard to the development, or maybe slightly lower in development. And it said that yes, the grievances regarding the non-implementation of GO 610, which was given during the NTR regime, is legitimate. And why? Because the violations are there in education sector, health sector, and other sectors, and there is non-implementation of GO 610 in Telangana region because there are no properly qualified locals in this region. And the Telangana with regard to education and health was backward when compared to the Seemandhra region. And they also reported that Telangana movement is not a threat to national integrity. And they said, in the opinion given by them, they said, going by the popular sentiments of the people and even consulting the people of Telangana, they said it is not an immediate requirement for formation of Telangana state. The first option they suggested is not the formation of Telangana state. The second option they said, only if there is any confusion or only if there is any issue where there is a lot of opposition, if the state is going united, then the need can be given for Telangana, or Telangana can be formed. And this has to be formed only when there is an amicable agreement among the three regions of the state, which is Telangana, Rayalaseema and Andhra. Only when these three regions agree, you form Telangana. First of all, in our opinion, Telangana is not required. It is required only in the worst case, in the scenario where the demand is genuine and the three regions come together and agree. So isn't it again a very big setback to Telangana movement? What do you mean by if it is not inevitable? Telangana people are fighting for Telangana, and then a committee is coming and saying that only if required give Telangana. It is required, and that's why there is so much hue and cry. So people really got fed up and vexed up with this committee report. And see the solutions proposed. It gave some 6 solutions. And among those 6 solutions, it said, we as a committee prefer this first option of bringing the state united. And said, within this united state, please give certain safeguards and constitutional provisions to Telangana for development. You see the same story right from 1952, bringing Telangana into the fold of United States and giving some certain special provisions, promising certain special provisions. Giving or not is a secondary issue. Promising certain special provisions, and then over a period of time, systematically ignoring them and cause grievances to Telangana. It happened in 1950s, it happened in 1969, it happened in 1980s. So again, one more committee has come and said, you give some special provisions to Telangana. And in the second best option, they said, only when the bifurcation is inevitable, do the bifurcation as Telangana and Seemandhra as per the existing boundaries, with Hyderabad as a common capital for almost 10 years or something like that. So people in Telangana got really fed up and irritated by this solution, because they thought the first option would be of formation of Telangana, but the option for formation of Telangana was given second choice. The first choice was the unity of the state. So again, there was a lot of hue and cry. These reports were rejected, obviously by Telangana people, supported by Andhra people. Okay, there was a lot of debate on Sri Krishna Committee report, which was published, and some said they did not consider all the facts, and there are a lot of debates. If you go and see YouTube, from 2011, some spaces Harish Rao is speaking, some places Ganta Chakrapani is speaking. All these people, intellectuals or politicians, are speaking on Sri Krishna Committee report, and everyone is interpreting or interpolating what they want. So basically, this report at this committee which came, and though it gave one of the option as bifurcation, the committee has actually confused the central leadership, and maybe it did not have a desired purpose. Clear about Sri Krishna Committee? Okay, so in that context, once the committee gave some solutions, and in this committee has one chapter of the committee is even today not out. It is called as a secret report. There is an allegation that one of the judges of High Court has seen that recommendation, and it is said the committee has actually opposed the formation of Telangana. The committee has actually opposed the formation of Telangana and written to the central leadership that please don't form Telangana. We don't know the fact behind this particular allegation, but this was one of the things which the Telangana people took up very strongly, and they said, how can a committee which was supposed to be neutral has given such a recommendation? Okay. And then that became a very big issue, and they demanded that secret chapter to be published for everyone's information. But it was never published. Even today, it is not published. 1 minute. So Telangana people felt that another committee has come and done some exercise which is of no big benefit to them. So now they have decided to take the movement to the next level. So many programs were conducted between 2011 and 2013, okay, which gave the logical outcome of 2014. But some important events is the first one is the non-cooperation movement in 2011, where many government employees for close to 16 days from February 2011, for close to 16 days, they have not attended duties. They have boycotted the duties to government offices in Telangana, and they have caused huge revenue loss to the state of Andhra Pradesh and also to the central government. Okay, and also the Telangana MPs in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were continuously disturbing Lok Sabha for the mission of achieving Telangana state. In this context, they have called the JAC, the Telangana JAC headed by Professor Kodandaram, has called for Million March. Million March means 10 lakh people to march across Telangana, Hyderabad for the support of cause of Telangana. However, police have come in very big number, tried to stop this march, disrupt this march by lathi charge and all. Okay, and the scenes are very much visible in the YouTube even today, how the police have taken many youth into custody near Tank Bund, and many Andhra personality statues in Tank Bund were damaged, or some black ink was thrown on it. So all this was happening, and some statues were removed and thrown in Tank Bund directly. Okay, so all this was happening, and it was going very aggressive way. The movement was going in a very aggressive way. Okay, and then Million March program was mainly taken up by JAC and supported by lot of student JACs, and everyone were suppressed. Though it was a huge success, it was suppressed by the police during that time. Okay, and then after Million March, an important timeline is the mass resignations. Mass resignations by Telangana MPs. Okay, so basically Telangana MLAs and MPs, they have gone up to the context of, they have given mass resignations. The idea was to go for mass resignations and disrupt the central government. Okay, they wanted to disrupt the central government, and when mass resignations were submitted by the Telangana MLAs to the State Assembly Speaker, of course, all the resignations were rejected, citing that they were made in the emotional way. Here, mass resignations across parties, including the Telangana Congress MLAs, everyone gave mass resignations, but they were not at all accepted. Okay, and this was one of the very successful movement where a lot of politicians came onto one stage to support the cause of Telangana. And then the very famous and successful Sakala Janula Same, okay, which even today stands as one of the biggest civilian movements in the world history itself, because the Sakala Janula Same, it was called by Telangana JAC, and under the leadership of various parties. Telangana JAC was the leadership, various TRS party, BJP party, and all parties. So in September 2011, they announced the Sakala Jamunala Same, and close to 40-45 days, everything in Telangana came to standstill. Teachers stopped their jobs, government employees did not go, RTC buses stopped, the public transport stopped. It was a bolt from the blue, because Hyderabad is the capital of the state, and Hyderabad came to standstill. So Sakalajamula Same stands as one of the most striking features of the recent Telangana movement, and one of the most successful movements of Telangana movement. Like how Quit India was a direct responsible for formation of India, Sakalajamula Same is supposedly one of the prime reasons which actually frightened the central government leadership. How can so many people come together and do such a strike, not for 1 or 2 days? People lost jobs, people lost salaries. The government did not pay salaries, but still they did not yield. They tried to suspend them, they tried to show them notices, but people did not yield. They were very staunchly supporting the cause of Telangana. And then when this movement became hit, it was a bolt from blue on the state government exchequer as well as the central government exchequer. And it was really a very big jolt to the entire leadership. And it was nationwide very much covered because of the unity across the people. Now the leadership was like, the people were actually attracted towards the idea of Telangana, and that notion of Telangana has gone deep into the nook and corner of Telangana, and now people are themselves supporting this big movement in an autopilot way. And in this context, leaders from Telangana have gone to the center and explained, the Prime Minister, Sonia Gandhi and everyone, that see, now the situation is going out of hand. Sakalajamula Same also is a huge hit. And then in that context, even the trains were cancelled. A lot of trains were cancelled, rail rokos, rasta rokos. And finally, after 42 days of intense strike, the employee union have called off Sakalajamula Same. And you see what Kodandaram said, you can see here. Professor Kodandaram said that the strike had impacted the overall thinking of center towards the creation of separate state, and the movement will continue with other protest activities. 42 days, the state capital coming to standstill is a huge thing. 1 day bandh itself is an inconvenience. 42 days. Of course, some people were put to hardship. It's a different thing. It's a side effect of such a big summit, but it was showcasing the unity of Telanganites. And by seeing the popularity, the Congress party MLAs have again resigned, and some of the Congress parties MLAs have joined TRS party because they were not happy with their leadership. That what else the Telangana people have to show now? 42 days we have brought everything to standstill, and you are not even bothered about declaring the Telangana. And on November 1st, the Congress MLA Komatreddy Venkat Reddy, he started an indefinite hunger until the central government announced a roadmap for Telangana. Okay, and he was shifted to NIMS. His fast was broken. Okay, and then Konda Lakshman Bapuji, a very great freedom fighter and a staunch Telangana supporter, he went to New Delhi and launched this Satyagraha, but he was also taken into custody and his movement was stopped. Finally, JSC was like really vexed up, and they have decided to do salt march, like what Gandhiji did for Dandi March. They have decided to do salt march. And then when they have done this salt march, they were again taken away. They were taken away by the police and they were denied permissions. And now the emotions were becoming very, very severe, where Telangana leaders are openly calling out the names of Andhra MPs or Andhra leaders and saying that you people please go. Okay. And in 2013, salt march is like, see, these are all important movements. So from 2011 to 14, we are just trying to understand events which had impacted the central leadership thinking. So one after the other they are doing. They did the Million March, they did the Sakala General Samme. So what Kodandram said, though we are stopping Sakala General Samme, we are going to continue some or the other protest activity. So it is one of the protest activity. So we are going to protest continuously in peaceful means till our aim and objective of Telangana is achieved. Okay. And see here again in 2013, there was one more call for Chalo Assembly. Okay. Chalo Assembly. So what is Chalo Assembly? Again, in the previous events was Million March and Sagar Haram. Now they are coming and asking for Chalo Assembly or the geroing of assembly, because they felt assembly is a place for legislative action, and if the Telangana bill has to be introduced in the parliament, assembly has to put pressure. So let's go and get out the assembly. But police thought that, with so many people, if they come to the place of assembly, antisocial elements may use this particular situation to their advantage and cause ruckus. So they have clearly denied permission to this. And also police attacked the people who wanted to come and attack the assembly. And this particular issue was a very big debatable point, that the youth wanted to come and take the assembly premises and they wanted to protest at the assembly premises, but they were denied permission. Police belonging to central and security forces, they were deployed, and some leaders were house arrested, and people who came near the assembly were taken into custody, and thereafter they were moved from those premises. Okay, so this was the Chalo Assembly movement. Finally, when the movement after movement was happening in the Telangana region, the central leadership got its point very clear, because the Telangana Congress MLAs also were putting a lot of pressure at that point of time, and this entire issue was becoming a very serious issue. So what they said, they have finally formed a group of ministers. Finally, they formed a group of ministers for looking into the demands and the formation of Telangana. And this group of ministers was headed by the then Union Minister, Mr. Sushil Kumar Shinde. So this group of ministers have again consulted various parties of United Andhra Pradesh, took their opinions, and brought the political leadership of Rayalaseema, Andhra, and other districts, other places of the United Andhra Pradesh. They called them and spoke to them. They spoke to the pro-Telangana groups. They spoke to no Telangana groups. And they have come to a conclusion that the Telangana formation is now inevitable. In this context, on 5th December 2013, they have proposed to the cabinet that let's pass the Telangana bill. And on 5th December 2013, the cabinet approved the draft Telangana bill prepared by this group of ministers, and they have sent this bill for the parliament. And it went to parliament, and from there it itself is a very big episode. Of course, we do not know the much details because unfortunately the parliament proceedings were not recorded or turned off during the passage of Telangana bill. That itself is a very contentious and debatable issue in the history of Telangana formation. But then the Home Minister has sent, because as per Article 3, before formation of any new state, the bill has to be sent by the President to the State Assembly. They accept it or not is a different issue, but the formality is the bill has to be sent to the State Assembly. And it was sent to the State Assembly. Obviously, State Assembly had the 175 MLAs from Andhra region, and the Chief Minister at that time was Nallari Kiran Kumar. So the bill was announced in the State Assembly. Special session was called for discussion of bill. And then the bill, when it was introduced, Telangana's bill was introduced in the Andhra Pradesh State Assembly. So it became a very big fighting point between MLAs. And finally, in a very pandemonic situation, the Chief Minister and the Speaker of the Assembly declared that the bill was not passed by the State Assembly. They have declared that the bill was not passed by the State Assembly. Okay. And in this context, the bill was returned back to the central government. But central government doesn't have any obligation or have any binding compulsion that a bill which was sent by President to the State Assembly may or may not be accepted by State Assembly, but the Parliament's decision in this regard is final for the formation of state. So officially, please remember, Andhra Pradesh State Assembly has rejected the President's bill sent to the State Assembly because obviously the numbers were more and the procedure also not followed. You can see the debates in YouTube, how Kiran Kumar Reddy is emotional and he speaks so on and so forth. He speaks about the injustices that will be meted out to the Andhra people if Telangana is formed and all. So you see the pandemonium created.
అసెంబ్లీ సాక్షిగా సీఎం కిరణ్ సమైక్య గళం వినిపించారు. తెలంగాణ ముసాయిదా బిల్లుపై చెప్పాలనుకున్నది సూటిగా చెప్పారు. రాష్ట్ర విభజన సమయంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉన్నందుకు బాధపడుతున్నానని కిరణ్ అన్నారు. రాష్ట్రం విడిపోతే అన్ని ప్రాంతాలకు నష్టమేనని, కలిసుంటేనే అభివృద్ధి సాధ్యమంటూ తెలంగాణ ఎమ్మెల్యేల నిరసన మధ్య తన ప్రసంగాన్ని కొనసాగించారు. జీవితంలో ఇప్పటి వరకు మాట మార్చలేదన్న ఆయన ఇవాళ తన ప్రసంగాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తారు.
You see the pandemonium created.
విభజన బిల్లును పూర్తిగా వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నానని, ఈ బిల్లుపై ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా మాట్లాడాల్సి రావడం దురదృష్టకరమని సీఎం కిరణ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి అన్నారు. రాష్ట్రం సమైక్యంగా ఉంటేనే అన్ని వర్గాల ప్రజలకు మేలు జరుగుతుందని చెప్పారు. అసెంబ్లీలో తెలంగాణ ముసాయిదా బిల్లుపై చర్చలో భాగంగా ఆయన సుదీర్ఘంగా ప్రసంగించారు. రాష్ట్ర చరిత్రను అందరూ తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని, దాన్ని వక్రీకరించవద్దని, ప్రజల కోరిక మేరకి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఏర్పడిందని అన్నారు.
ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉన్నారంటే అదృష్టం అనుకుంటారు. అటువంటిది నేను నా దురదృష్టంగా ఈరోజు ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉండటం నా దురదృష్టమేమో అని నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. ఈరోజు ఈ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ పునర్వ్యవస్థీకరణ బిల్లు, దీన్ని పూర్తిగా వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నాను. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ సమైక్యంగా ఉంటేనే మేలు జరుగుతుందని భావించే రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న ప్రజలంతా కోరిక మేరకే ఆ రోజు విశాల ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ వచ్చిందనేది స్పష్టంగా తెలియజేయడం జరుగుతా ఉంది.
నెహ్రూ ప్రధానిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రాన్ని ప్రకటించారని అన్నారు. రెండు ప్రాంతాల వారు కలిసి నిజాంకు వ్యతిరేకంగా పోరాడారని పేర్కొన్నారు. మరోవైపు ఆంధ్ర ప్రాంతం వారు వ్యవసాయం చేసుకునేందుకు రావాలని నిజాం ఆహ్వానించారని ఆయన చెప్పారు. ఈ నేపథ్యంలో సభలో గందరగోళం ఏర్పడింది. ముఖ్యమంత్రి కిరణ్ ప్రసంగిస్తుండగా టిఆర్ఎస్ సభ్యులు అభ్యంతరం వ్యక్తం చేస్తూ స్పీకర్ పోడియంను చుట్టుముట్టారు. కొద్దిసేపు గందరగోళం తర్వాత సీఎం కిరణ్ తిరిగి తన ప్రసంగాన్ని ప్రారంభించారు. దీంతో మంత్రి ఆనం జోక్యం చేసుకుని సీఎం మాట్లాడుతుండగా అడ్డుకోవడం సరికాదని అన్నారు. సభ సజావుగా సాగేందుకు సభాపతి చర్యలు తీసుకోవాలని స్పీకర్ మనోహర్ కు విజ్ఞప్తి చేశారు. తర్వాత మంత్రి జానారెడ్డి మాట్లాడారు. సీఎం టీవీలపై సభ నాయకుడిగా మాట్లాడుతున్నారా, వ్యక్తిగతంగా మాట్లాడుతున్నారా అన్న దానిపై స్పష్టత ఇవ్వాలని కోరారు.
ఈ బిల్లుని నేను వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నాను అనేటువంటి విషయం ఏదైతే చెప్పినారో, ఇది సభా నాయకుడిగా చెప్పినాడా, కిరణ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి గారు వ్యక్తిగతంగా చెప్పినారా, అది సభకు క్లారిఫికేషన్ కావాలి.
తర్వాత ప్రసంగం కొనసాగించిన కిరణ్, సోనియా వల్లే తాను సీఎం అయినప్పటికీ విభజనను వ్యతిరేకిస్తున్నానని తేల్చి చెప్పారు. కలిసి ఉంటేనే రైతులకు, విద్యార్థులకు, బడుగు వర్గాలకు మంచిదనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆనాటి పెద్దలు రాష్ట్రాన్ని సమైక్యంగా ఉంచారని అన్నారు. స్వాతంత్ర్యం కంటే ముందే భాషా ప్రయుక్త రాష్ట్రాల కోసం ఉద్యమాలు జరిగాయని కిరణ్ చెప్పారు. సుదీర్ఘ భవిష్యత్తును దృష్టిలో ఉంచుకొని నిర్ణయాలు తీసుకోవాలని పార్లమెంట్ లో ఇందిరాగాంధీ చెప్పారని సీఎం గుర్తు చేశారు. అప్పటి ఇందిరాగాంధీ ప్రసంగాన్ని సభలో చదివి వినిపించారు.
మీరు ఎన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు విభజన చేసుకున్నా కూడా మీరు పక్కపక్కన ఉండాల్సిందే. ఒక సమస్య గారు 101 సమస్యలతో మీరు సతమతం అయ్యే పరిస్థితులు ఉంటాయి. ఇది రాష్ట్రం విభజన జరగటానే మీకు పరిష్కారం వస్తుంది అనుకునేది పొరపాటుని స్పష్టంగా ఇందిరాగాంధీ గారు ఆ రోజే పార్లమెంట్ లో చెప్పారు.
అసెంబ్లీ తీర్మానం లేకుండా ఏ రాష్ట్రము ఏర్పడలేదని సీఎం అన్నారు. గతంలో రాష్ట్ర విభజనకు కేంద్రం అంగీకరించిన సమయంలో కూడా అప్పటి హోంమంత్రి చిదంబరం తీర్మానం చేయాల్సిందేనని చెప్పిన విషయాన్ని గుర్తు చేశారు. అంతకుముందు ఎన్డీఏ హయాంలో కూడా అదే నిబంధనను పాటించారని అన్నారు. ప్రస్తుతం అసెంబ్లీ తీర్మానం చేయాలని ఎందుకు కోరడం లేదని సీఎం కేంద్రాన్ని ప్రశ్నించారు.
అప్పుడున్న ప్రభుత్వం ఎన్డీఏ ప్రభుత్వం, ఇప్పుడున్న యూపీఏ ప్రభుత్వం ప్రభుత్వ విధానం ఒక్కటే. అందుకనే అద్వానీ గారు, చిదంబరం గారు ఇద్దరు కూడా రెజల్యూషన్ పెట్టాలి అసెంబ్లీలో. ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు పెట్టలేదు, ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు ఇవ్వలేదు, అది నా ప్రశ్న. దురదృష్టవశాత్తు ఈ ప్రశ్న మా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వంని అడిగే పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది.
మరోవైపు రాష్ట్రంలో ఉద్యమాల సమయంలోనూ అభివృద్ధి జరగలేదని సీఎం కిరణ్ అన్నారు. గత కొద్ది సంవత్సరాల్లో 3 ప్రాంతాల్లో సమానంగా పారిశ్రామిక అభివృద్ధి జరిగిందని గుర్తు చేశారు.
ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ వచ్చాయి. కొత్తగా వచ్చిండేది నేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ డిజైన్ ఒకటి వచ్చింది. అది చాలా ప్రెస్టీజియస్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్. అది మన ఫౌండేషన్ వేయటం జరిగింది. నేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ యానిమల్ బయోటెక్నాలజీ, దానికి ఫౌండేషన్ వేయటం జరిగింది. నేషనల్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మస్యూటికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అండ్ రీసెర్చ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ అదొకటి ఉంది. ఫుడ్ డిజైన్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ మన రాష్ట్రానికి వచ్చాయి.
మొత్తానికి టిఆర్ఎస్ సభ్యుల నిరసనలు సొంత పార్టీ తెలంగాణ ఎమ్మెల్యేల అభ్యంతరాల మధ్య సీఎం సుదీర్ఘంగా ప్రసంగించారు. సమయాభావం వల్ల తన ప్రసంగాన్ని గురువారం తిరిగి కొనసాగిస్తామని చెప్తూ ముగించారు.
You can see. So it is the version of the official version of the last CM probably of the United Andhra Pradesh. So he had his own version. So it's again, we will not get into the politics. So this was the context in which the Telangana bill, you can see, the central government did not ask for any decision from Telangana Assembly. They said, this is the bill which the president is going to has sent you. So resolution is there or not there, it is a different thing. So the assembly, because of this emotional mood, the CM has announced that the bill we are not passing at all. But again, it was a very big debate. You can see Jana Reddy, he is a very hardcore Congress person. He himself is questioning his chief minister. The chief minister is himself is questioning his central leadership. So in this context, there was a lot of confusion, and finally the assembly on paper rejected the bill and sent back to the central leadership. Here what happened, the central leadership, okay, this is all about just facts and figures about the procedure which was followed in the assembly. Here you see, on 4th February, the GOM, the group of ministers, cleared Telangana bill after making few amendments to it based on the inputs from the state assembly. Okay, those state assembly did not give its assent. The GOM has gone forward and then they have presented it in the upper house. Okay. Finally, Telangana bill was introduced on 13th February in the lower house, that is Lok Sabha, okay, by the Union Home Minister Sushil Kumar Shinde. And we all know the unprecedented incidents which happened in the lower house, the pepper spray issue, okay, the disruption of the bill. So among the entire confusion, the bill was passed by Lok Sabha with support of Congress, TRS, BJP and other parties. And the entire proceedings were blacked out and it was recorded on voice vote, and the bill was deemed to be passed in Lok Sabha. On 20th February, the bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha, and again with the support of Congress, TRS, BJP and other parties, and the bill was passed in the Rajya Sabha. And finally, it has been sent to President, who has given his assent for the formation of Telangana state. And Telangana was formed as the 29th state. Okay, it's mentioned here 28, but it's a 29th state of the Union of India. Okay, and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana were supposed to have joint capital of as Hyderabad for 10 years. Okay, and Hyderabad after that will become the capital of Telangana only. And there is no special state, and it was supposed that the Seemandhra will be given special status and certain important packages to develop a capital for itself, a industrial zone or industrial sector for itself. So a lot of promises were made in the Reorganization Act. And that is how the long struggle and fight for Telangana has finally taken place and taken shape. Okay, so when Telangana was announced, it was a very emotional moment for many Telangana people, that a long-standing dream was achieved, and finally the Telangana as a dream came true. And if you look 8 years down the line, after the formation of Telangana obviously had an advantage of having Hyderabad on its side, and Hyderabad revenues were not being shared, it was being given to Telangana. Andhra Andhra Pradesh was having an opportunity definitely to grow as an independent state, because all said and done, Andhra region had its own advantages. It has a long coastal line. It has delta regions, plain regions. It can produce immense amount of agricultural crop. It had good educational institutions. It has good health indicators. So all the conditions were quite favorable. But the issue was, even today we are seeing the politics have taken the foreseat in the development has taken backstage. While when it comes to Telangana, the TRS party, which was the party dreaming about the formation of Telangana and was fighting for the formation of Telangana, was voted to power by the people of Telangana. They got the popular mandate and KCR became CM for 2 terms now. Again, the next year, our state will be going for elections next year, December. So, and the state, because of political stability and also a lot of access to good resources, has seen a lot of progress in last 8 years and today stands tall amongst various developed states in the country and is all set to grow leaps and bounds in the coming 1 decade. And with the formation of Telangana, lot of things got, initial turbulence was there between 2014 and 18, and when Chandrababu was CM there, KCR was CM here, lot of turbulence was there. Finally that settled down, and now the brotherhood between the regions is still there, and Telangana in its own unique way is progressing in the field of development and social aspects also. So that is about the state formation of Telangana and how the movement came from right from the 1850s Salarjung time and how it has come towards 2014. We have covered the entire timeline in a very detailed and holistic way, and definitely it took more time than what we thought because we did not want to compromise on quality, and luckily we could do that with all your support. So see these 2 questions. Yes, Jaber, some of the important personalities are there in the link which I have shown, which I have given. Yeah, you see the questions. Okay, discuss the cultural revivalism in Telangana during the final phase of Telangana movement. Okay, this we have discussed extensively today in our class. Okay, you can write about how Telangana wanted its identity in the United State of Andhra Pradesh because the Telangana movement was picking up and the leaders came up with the idea of Telangana Talli and then Doom Dam, okay, Alai Balai. All these are Telangana identities which were indirectly promoting the cultural revivalism to showcase the culture of Telangana to the nation and world and also to the fellow Telugu people. Okay, that you can write. Discuss the sequence of events leading to the formation of Telangana. It's a factual question. You can write about, if that's a 10-marker question, you just write about the how the group of ministers formed, assembly bill introduced, parliament, and then final announcement by the center or the signature by the president. If it is a bigger question, 15-marker question, you can write one or two popular struggles like Sakala Janmana Samme and its impact, Million March and its impact. You write those impact and says these events have forced the central leadership to form the group of ministers who then came and they took the opinion of all the leaders, political leaders, and finally presented the Telangana bill, which was sent to the assembly. In assembly, there was a lot of debate and a lot of fight between many leaders. And finally, assembly did not give assent to this bill, but still the bill was put forth in Lok Sabha on February, and then finally in Rajya Sabha. And finally, when both the houses have passed this bill, President gave assent and the 29th state of Telangana was formed. Clear? I'll share all the notes. Okay, I'll just share the notes very soon, just because I'll be out of station for a couple of days. Just give me 3-4 days time. I'll come back and share all the notes in the group. Okay, don't worry about that. And wherever there is information available with regard to this topic, any intellectual which I come across or anything, I'll definitely post. Okay. Clear, everyone? Fine. So on that note, that is the wrap of this module officially. Okay. Thank you all for supporting this module. We got good response for the first module, and there's a lot of demand for repeating this module in a shorter time frame. We'll see if we can revise in say 10-15 hours. We'll come up with the module. And also there was a lot of response for this Telangana history and culture. Many of you also personally messaged me asking when it can be taken up. So in all probability, it will be happening in first week of August. Okay, it will be a very quick revision, not a detailed coverage, because very quick revision means at the same time we are not going to miss anything. In 20 hours, we are going to cover the entire Telangana history and culture, the 5 chapters mentioned in the group 1 portion. Definitely everything will be covered. And after attending that module, you'll definitely able to write prelims with a lot of confidence and answer any question in mains. And on demand of various UPSC aspirants and also group aspirants, from 20th onwards, we are coming with the module for revision of modern history and postmodern history in question and answers format. Videos which I have given to you people through the institute as to how the module is different, because many a time we are exposed to the information, but when we are trying to write that information, we are not clear as to what should be written, what is the demand of the question, what should be the logical flow. So that module has helped a lot of main students last year who could write very good answers for modern India and postmodern in post-independence history. So some of you who are interested, it's not only for UPSC guys, it's for groups also. In groups also, you are expected to write mains answers. So it's not about clearing prelims and then preparing for mains. Your preparation should be holistic. Your preparation should be simultaneously going on for both prelims and mains, because you never know what is the time given for mains. So, and also it's a revision module. So you'll revise the entire timeline of the Mughal period, post-Mughal period, and then British policies, and then independent India, and so on. Okay. On that note, once again, thank you all for supporting and being patient. Occasionally there were certain delays. Okay. One was because of the prelims, where many of you have themselves asked us in personal windows to hold the module for 10 days. And then, after prelims, there were other compulsions for faculties. So there was little gap there. And hence, we promised June ending. It just got extended by 10-15 days. But then, if not for that, we would have completed in June end or at any cost. So the 10-15 days is because of this. Anyhow, we have completed the entire paper or entire portion without leaving anything. And if there is anything else also, we'll again post you in the group. Okay. And then we are also planning to conduct grand tests of this paper. Okay. So that, you have been exposed to various questions across topics. So give us some time. Okay. We'll definitely, for people who have enrolled for this module, they'll definitely be having access to at least 1 or 2 grand tests, where you will also feel confident in attempting questions on Telangana movement, because we have not promised any tests as such, but we ourselves felt, for the quality we have given to you, we should also test you as to what is your level of understanding. So myself and Dr. Vivek, we felt, okay, though it is, we'll be offering the grand test to you people, at least 2 grand tests on this particular paper. Okay, it will be given to all the students who are part of this module. Okay, so exact date and all will come back to you, because now the intention is, now slowly everyone is focusing towards the prelims. So should we do it before prelims or after prelims, because it's mainly grand test based on question and answer format. So we'll discuss about it. Yes, Pratibha, that is what we are also planning. We'll see, what is the exact importance, because if it's given after prelims, will it be more useful or all? We'll both sit and discuss. So basically, I think it will be more useful if you do it after prelims. So yeah, the Telegram group will be very much active. Okay. Reflections has never disbanded any Telegram group created in last 2 years. It's not that we create a group and then we just exit. No, whatever modules I have taken, I am still part of that group. Dr. Vivek is part of that group. So we always try to strike that continuity with the students. Okay, students who have been traveling for last 2 or 3 years with us have scored excellent ranks in recently announced group and APPSC results. Okay, it's not that this institute calls them for interviews and then publishes their ranks, not like that. Some 4 or 5 or in fact 10 people have been traveling with reflections throughout last 2 years. So we believe in ensuring that continuity, and not only with regard to the history or any aspect. You people can always reach out to us, okay, in Telegram. Myself, I am available for any other doubts with regard to your preparation, any subject, we are available. And then Dr. Vivek is available, and at institute also we are reachable. You can just walk into the institute and talk to anyone about your issues with regard to preparation and all. So in that way, I think we are all quite reachable. Okay, so we don't confine ourselves to only classes and say, okay, classes are done, so students and ourselves are now not related. It's not our philosophy, it's not our policy. Okay, and you can also reach out to me with regard to any of your doubt. it's not only related to Telangana movement or history, because just because I'm handling history in this particular institute, it's not that I am only confined to history. I am quite aware. Okay. Javer will do art and culture and world history later, because if you see the demand is more for modern history and postmodern. Okay. And then the immediate demand is for Telangana history and culture. Okay. Art and culture we can definitely do, and world history also we can do. But that is something which is even in Telangana syllabus, world history is in the, I think, only mains part, not in the prelims part. So whatever is common to Telangana Group 1 and UPSC, we are trying to do as much as possible. So if you see the module fees also, I again, for benefit of everyone, it's very, very low fee we are keeping, because basically it's not that we want to charge you a bomb and then make you pay for it. Not like that. Even in this module, we have covered easily close to 50 to 60 hours. Maybe the recordings will speak for themselves. And then and I'm sure the fee was quite nominal. So in that context, you can just avail all the modules which are there in the reflections. And once again, thank you all. Okay. And some of you are part of the future modules. We'll again meet there and we'll keep in touch.